Hello and welcome to this, our 264th live stream, the Shasu of Vancouver. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which was the Shasu of Yahweh, or Yahweh, or Yahoo, or Yahiwan, or Yahweh, or... yeah. All right. If you haven't watched that video, please go back and do so. Because it might tell you something about those solar inscriptions that you might not already know. Well, that said, we're going to get into channel business here, and we're glad you could join us tonight. We know your Fridays are precious, and we thank you for joining us. Okay, our first, a lot of things have happened on the channel today. The haystack. There must be an exodus in Vancouver. Oh, we can only wish. We can only wish. Let our people go. Okay. We got a couple items of channel business because we've been real super busy. AJ Higgins, the Shasu of Vancouver. Yep. All right. Our first thing is we have received our second Medal for Fiction here. All the Stars of Angels did receive that Outstanding Creator Award, which we announced last week, but we actually got the physical medal this week. So, here it is. Yeah, I know, it's traditional to bite the medal. There you go. There's your bite shot. The second thing is that the sequel to that book, Lord of Steel and Sky, is coming out in 5 weeks. So we are really close to launch. So if you haven't done your pre-order, do so already. And we would appreciate, though, if you read our books, please leave a review. And the final piece of channel news is that I've just passed the book 4 to Alpha Reader. Alpha Reader now has book 4 in her hands. And she's reading it as we speak. She may even stop paying attention to the live stream and read that instead. Never know with her. However, if she does read it during the live stream, best not to ignore her. Best not to interrupt her. Okay. So that's the channel business. Next, we'll move on to the channel rules here. Super chats have priority. That's always going to be the case. Any YouTube channel on the net. We do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of them so that we know it's directed to us. If it's a verse from the Bible, we need some context. So do give us what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. Helps us narrow it down, and if you make things overly broad, it's really hard for us to answer these. Also, one super... you can sponsor a super chat, but we ask that you copy the non-super chat into the super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. Again, it saves us time. And finally, one question per chat. It's not fair to... It's not fair to everyone else to cram 10 questions into a single chat. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Mama says, Alpha shall judge you now. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Alpha will judge. And Alpha will be brutally honest. Brutally. I will totally. Oh, she's corrected me from brutally to totally. I don't think that's much better, hon. I don't think that's actually an improvement.
Some people are brutally honest because they like being honest.
Yeah, that's Ryan Cohenkamp says, dare I ask where the Omega reader is? That's you if you're the final reader. If you're the customer and you're reading it, People who get arcs might be Omega readers, but we don't really count those. Okay, that's fun.
Like Raging Smurf, got it. Alpha will be ruthlessly carried.
Yeah, Raging Smurf. Good. Alpha will be ruthlessly carrying in the dissection. Yeah. Yes, she will. But you know what? I welcome it. I welcome it. The worst thing that you could have as an author is fawning beta readers. You do not want beta readers that are trying to please you, the author. You want beta readers that are totally honest with you. Honesty makes good books. So, yeah, I welcome it. Mama says, I am the beta and the blue Power Ranger. Good times. We are going to be putting a call out for beta readers soon on the Discord. So, if you've been participating in the Writer's Corner, and you wish to be a beta reader, please, we'll be putting out a call for beta readers very soon. Okay? Raging Smurf. Nah, Red Ranger for the win. Mama says, totally honest and color-coded. CPM versus DOS. This chapter sucks. Alpha Reader. It's happened. It's happened. And I'll tell you how it happened. And the lesson I learned from it. Okay? It was with book 2. And Alpha Reader says, I want this to be a happy ending. And I wrote the happy ending. And she goes, after she reads it, she goes, it sucks. I said, I know. It didn't work. Happy ending didn't work for the story. So I wrote it the way it should have been written. And it was much better. Much better. So, yeah, sometimes you do get this chapter sucks. And then you have to go back and you have to figure out why it sucks. CPM versus DOS, no happy endings, Dr. Falk. I'm not actually opposed to happy endings.
The story just didn't.
It has to be earned. A happy ending has to be earned.
That hill turned out to have poppy.
Jack Ray, you went with the hoppy ending? Mama says, and see, I thought it had a happy ending. I thought it had a bittersweet ending. Bittersweet. I love bittersweet endings. I think bittersweet endings are kind of like how life is sometimes. You know, you get sometimes what you want, and it's not exactly what you ever wanted. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, IC says, has to be justified. A tragic story doesn't need a happy ending, for example. Same with other genres. Yeah. As long as the ending follows the story. Aristotle once said that endings should be inevitable and come as a surprise. This is what I find very interesting. I mean, Aristotle's view on this is incredibly interesting. Because trying to do an inevitable ending that comes as a surprise is a very, very tricky thing. It's very difficult to pull off. Which is why a lot of books have bad endings. You know, they fail in the ending. Because they're not inevitable. And if they were inevitable, they don't come as a surprise. So, I like Aristotle's view on this. I think it's very interesting. So, okay, I think we talked enough here about the books. One other thing. We have already been asked if there's going to be a special live stream once Lord of Steel and Sky is released, and the answer to that is yes. There will be a special live stream for the books. It'll be on a Wednesday, 1 month after release, roughly 4 weeks, roughly. So, and this is being released in July 15th. So, okay.
Ending at the end. Me. Not Pikachu.
Ryan says, book has ending at the end. Me, shocked Pikachu face. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's begin with the questions here. First question here is from Darkblade. Do you understand Latin now? No, I haven't had the time to really get into Latin. I got the book, but I just haven't had the time to go through it. I've just been so busy writing that I just haven't had time. So, unfortunately, have not had the chance to get into Latin. I really want to get into it, but I just have not had the time to do it. I mean, that's one of the things, is you're going to be trading off something to write books. You write lots of books, you don't have a lot of time for big study projects. So, Science Special Search Party. Latin is a dead language, isn't it? Yeah, but you know what? It's used all over the place. You find it in all sorts of early modern documents. The vast majority of Christian writings were done in Latin. It's still an important language. It's still an important scholarly language. But, Mama says, your characters won't shut up. Some of them. Some of them won't shut up, that's for sure. Merv Monson says, that's why you always end your books with a cliffhanger? I don't always end my books with a cliffhanger. Only the first book ends with a cliffhanger. The second one doesn't end in a cliffhanger, does it? I wouldn't call that a cliffhanger. And the third one doesn't really end in a cliffhanger either.
Not a cliffhanger, it's just the way you're writing, there's what the next story is.
Yeah, there is an unresolved question at the end. And an unresolved question is not a cliffhanger. The only one that really had a cliffhanger was the first book. So yeah, the second one doesn't have a cliffhanger. Third one has an open question at the end, but not really a cliffhanger. So no, I only did the first one as a cliffhanger. But that's because the story demanded it. I mean, I wouldn't have done that normally, but the story just seemed to have needed that. I mean, after I had resolved all the major questions, it just needed that to give you a gut punch. So that's why we chose a cliffhanger for the first book. But every book after that hasn't had a cliffhanger. Every book has a resolution. An open question maybe at the end, but a resolution. Okay. So let's move on. CPN versus DOS. that cliffhanger was evil. Laugh out loud. I was on the edge of my seat.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing. It's a cliffhanger on book one. Does have a way of turning people off sometimes. And that was the risk we took with it. Because it could be used in a very, very jaded way to get people to buy book 2. All right? We didn't want that. Okay, that's exactly what we didn't want. So what we did was we made sure we had, and the fact is, in many cases, if you do book 1 and there's no book 2,
Yeah.
people will get really, really upset with you.
That one science did that.
Yeah.
Where all the characters got blown up at the end.
Oh, Farscape. Yeah, Farscape did that.
And it just...
And people were angry.
They don't get invited to...
Yeah.
Was not fair to them.
Yeah. So when we did the cliffhanger for book 1, we already had book 2 in the can. So Mama says, I both hated and loved book 1's cliffhanger. Yeah, but again, we made sure, we made absolutely sure that we had book 2 in the can. So there was going to absolutely be a book 2 coming out when we did book 1. So we knew that. We knew that book 2 was going to be there. So it was a low risk strategy for us. So now there are going to be open questions probably for every book going forward until we get to the final book. But at this point, CPM versus DOS. It was a good ending, though. It made me go right into reading book 2 the minute I got it, which is cool. And the fact is, every book we do is slightly different, but set in that universe. So you get a different experience with every read, and that's what we're kind of going for here. So every book ends with an open question, not a head-to-head cliffhanger necessarily, but an open question. And that open question will lead into the next book. So Ryan Cohnkep asks, do you think waiting for each book is better than reading them back to back? Well, considering I'm still producing them, read them as they come out. That's all I can say. Mama says, book 2 did not disappoint. Well, we hope, we're glad to hear that. Book 2 received less critical praise than book 1. That's not surprising, but people seem to enjoy book 2 a lot more. So, I don't know what to exactly make of that.
They're waiting for books.
A lot of people are waiting for book 3. Yeah. Yeah. And we hope book 3 doesn't disappoint either. There's been a lot of changes to book 3 anyway, so we are very, very much looking forward to see what people think of book 3. There's even been changes since the beta readers got it. So, Mama, you're going to probably have to reread it. CPM versus DOS. Book 2 gave us sloppy. Yes, book 2 did give you sloppy. Okay. Mama goes, oh, yes. Oh, very different ending. So, yeah, it was fun. It was fun to do that. Yeah, as Kiara points out here, we did not expect Sloppy to be a fan favorite. He is much beloved. Yeah, really surprised. Raging Smurf. You edited it? Now we're positing a Falcon F source? Mama goes, I always reread my hard copies. That's how I discovered a certain typo. Yeah. Typos are a thing. They will always be there.
God bless.
Again, I will never feel bad about. I'll never feel bad about typos ever again. I mean, first of all, it does tell you that AI is not editing it. Yeah, AI will make your type free of typos. It will also make your manuscript free of its voice. So, that's typos are the price you pay for having a authorial voice. So, yeah, I don't feel bad about typos. I try my best to get rid of them. I don't like them, but it's the price we pay for them. Jack Ray goes, books almost out the door. Volk, oh, just one more thing. Yeah. The ones that really bother me are the ones that show up on the covers. And it's happened on every book. It's happened on every book that that there is something on the cover that isn't right.
And we can't see them because we look at it.
Yeah, and we can't see it because we look at it too often. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next question here.
Actual ancient Egypt.
Yeah. Of course. Goldwyn asked the question here. Artist, writer, painter, musician, or scholarship, biblical studies, theology, philosophy, science. If one can choose, if you can choose only one as a vocation, well, what kind of poor do you want to be? That's more the question. Do you want to be barista poor, or do you want to be food stamps poor? Okay? That's your choice between artist and scholar. You want to be an artist, you're gonna be barista poor. If you want to be a scholar, you're gonna be food stamp poor. Okay? That's the difference. So there you go. That's the answer. Raging Smurf, 1 out of 10 would not recommend food stamp poor. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I don't recommend scholarship as a way to earn a living. Yeah.
You actually can't get by.
CPM versus DOS. Rich enough for no food stamps. Poor enough where you probably need them. Yeah. Merv Monson goes, now's the worst time to be a musician, too. Oh, yeah, it is. It's a terrible time to be a musician. It's a terrible time to be an artist of any kind.
The corporate world is.
Yeah. All right, let's move on here. Again, but that's really, I mean, if you're going to choose between one poor and the other, I mean, how much difference is there? So, if you pick smartly in scholarship, there might be money there, especially if it's something that relates to something industrial, like engineering or oil production. I mean, there is money in that stuff, but again, choose wisely. Choose wisely.
What? You're going to do this the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's true. Darkblade. How not to be food stamp poor. Charge $200 for lectures where you say, in my book 50 times, and show selfies of you with Katy Perry at the pyramids. Yeah. We won't go into that in any detail. We all know who you're talking about, Darkblade. Yeah, he has powerful friends. All right, let's move on to the next question here. From Darkblade. Thoughts on grilled cheese sandwiches? Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Get the right bread and the right cheese. Oh yeah, very good. I would recommend for grilled cheese, one very, very good grilled cheese combination is brie with strawberries and balsamic. Very good. An alternate to that, an alternate grilled cheese sandwich on the similar lines is, again, brie, but with blueberries and honey. A drizzle of honey. Very, very delicious. Rich Adams asked, butter or mayo? Depends on what you're doing. Both are good in the right ways. Yeah, the honey can be very, very interesting, especially with blueberries and brie cheese if you're doing a grilled cheese sandwich. Hmm? Okay. I mean, there is the whole white bread, salted butter and cheese thing. I mean, you can do that. I mean, there's no wrong way to make a grilled cheese. I would just say get a good cheese that melts. Okay, it has to have a good melting properties. So a provolone makes a very good grilled cheese sandwich. Swiss can make a very good grilled cheese sandwich. Mozzarella and cheddar, very, very good. I would not recommend gorgonzola because it doesn't melt nice. I wouldn't recommend any blue cheese for a grilled cheese sandwich because it just doesn't melt well, at least not in the right way. But yeah, I love grilled cheese sandwiches. They're very, very good, and they can be quite gourmet if you use a little bit of creativity. So yeah, that's my thoughts on grilled cheese sandwiches. Merv Monson says Gouda cheese fits well. It does. You can do a smoked Gouda that's very nice. Very nice as a grilled cheese sandwich. Mama, quote, there's no wrong way to make a grilled cheese sandwich, Dr. Falk. Well, there is, just avoid the blue cheeses. Blue cheeses are just, boy, blue cheeses, fetas, any of those cheeses that don't melt nice. All right, next question here is our first super chat, which is from Joseph for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, any book recommendations on Gnosticism? Yeah, I have one book recommendation. It depends on, of course, how much you know about Gnosticism already. But I would recommend my book. Of course, I have a book on Gnosticism called Ancient Egypt and the Origins of Gnosticism, an exploration into Egyptian pre-Socratic literary traditions and philosophy. That is probably the best. I wrote it as a primer for understanding Gnosticism, and it goes into the various theories of Gnosticism, their strengths and their weaknesses, and it comes out with its own sort of conclusions on Gnosticism. So that's what I would recommend for a book on Gnosticism. So that's what I would recommend. But getting a good general primer on Gnosticism is very, very difficult because there's such discord in the various camps of Gnostic studies. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. CPM versus DOS. Where can I buy that book? On Amazon. It's on Amazon. I don't pitch that book very often. It was essentially my master's thesis that was converted into a book. I also don't get much money out of that one. So I don't go out of my way to promote that one. That was one of those ones that, in hindsight, I would have published with someone else. But
if somebody's
yeah, if someone's if someone is just looking for a good book on to understand Gnosticism, it's the best I can recommend. Okay, moving on here. Next super chat here is also from Joseph for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. Is Ezekiel 38:39 about modern Israel? Okay. It is, what we're dealing with Ezekiel in this particular passage is a form of apocalyptic literature. And once you start getting into apocalyptic literature, you know, there's a whole lot of issues that sort of start coming in. So it might not be related to modern Israel. It could be, but it is related to a future Israel. Whether that future Israel is the Israel of today or the Israel of tomorrow. So I'm reticent to say it's talking about modern Israel, because one of the things when you deal with apocalyptic literature is that apocalyptic literature is constantly being reinterpreted for in its present time. And you just have to be aware of that when you talk about apocalyptic literature. Yeah, God could be gracious and we could be here another 5,000 years, in which case it's talking about the Israel from 5,000 years from now. So you just don't know with apocalyptic if it's talking about present day Israel, or as I said, some Israel in the future. Either is possible, and we just can't be sure based upon the text. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right. Joseph for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are there different levels of hell? If they are, the Bible is silent on this. We get the levels of hell from Dante's Inferno. That's where we get this. Dante did this masterpiece poem where he talks about I think it's the 9 levels of hell. But it's not something that's found in the biblical record. Okay, it's something that later theologians have talked about, but there's no biblical warrant for this. There might be levels to hell, but if there are, we don't have evidence for that. So it's just one of those things that we just cannot really understand. We don't have the information. We don't have sufficient information to make a determination here. So I hope that helps. But we have to also be careful here not to confuse what's in literature with what's biblical fact. So, again, Raging Smurf. Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost is proof that fan fiction can be extremely powerful in influencing popular zeitgeist. Absolutely. Yeah. Bomb Papa says, people tend to assume that apocalyptic predictions are going to happen in their own lifetime. Yeah, many do. That is not uncommon. We do see that certain events do trigger it. Okay? There are times when people tend to do this more than others. They tend to do, they reinterpret apocalyptic for their own times when their life is short. Okay? When there's some numerological event like the turning of a millennium, This happened at 1000 AD. This happened during Y2K. So this is something that triggers these things. We're going to see this again around 2030 and 2033 with the 2000th year of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. We're going to see this again in just a few short years. So yeah, we're going to see this again. So it's not going away. We just need to be kind of prepared for when it comes. All right? Bubble Trouble says, same thing happens to people who think Jesus will appear in their lifetime. Well, everyone thinks they're living in the end times. So, yeah. All right, let's move on here. Next one here is from... Harry Stark. We'll take a bunch of Harry Stark questions here and then move on. Is physical media for video games and media in general dead or dying? It's making a little bit of a revival, especially as publishing companies, streaming companies start yanking things that have already been purchased for and not giving refunds. We've already seen a revival in CDs and records as a result, even cassette tapes, believe it or not. As, say, publishers like Apple, iTunes, Amazon start yanking media that people have already paid for. Like, for example, if you are an unfortunate, if you've bought, say, a ebook off of Amazon, and Amazon decides to do the "you've been naughty, we're going to ban you" to the author, you can find that you want to read that book on your Kindle, and it's not there. It's gone. So physical media has made quite the comeback, because you don't know if some author is going to get scandalized and banned, whether or not that scandal is justified. It's going to be the consumer that pays the price for that. So
yeah, Mama, one word.
Yeah, I like that. Mama says one word: unbrickable. It's why we still published physical books. Physical books can't be bricked. So, yeah. All right. So, no, it's physical media is not dead and dying. It's actually making a revival. Yeah, Andrew Graham says Google Play did to me in 2020. Pulled all my music I spent a lot of money. Yeah, people did. People did. That's why if I want music, I buy the CD and then I load it onto my PC. Yeah, do it myself. I still have the CDs up on the rack here. All right, next one here. Harry Stark asks, does David think that archive will continue to be available in light of recent lawsuits? Okay, there's two archives that have been under lawsuits. Internet Archive and Anna's Archive. Both of them have been under our lawsuits, so it's not clear what Harry means here. I think Anna's Archive will survive, and I think the Internet Archive is going to change. Okay, here's the fundamental difference. The Internet Archive has a physical brick and mortar office and servers in that physical brick and mortar office. And if they get a judgment, it can be served on their office. They have a physical presence that can be basically punished if they lose their lawsuits, which they haven't actually been winning very many of. In the case of Anna's archive, it does not have a physical presence. It is on the cloud. All it has to do is just switch locations. They've been going after the DNS names of Anna's archive, but at the same time, too, all they need to do is find another hosting agency, and there's a lot of them out there, that would be willing to do it and turn a blind eye to any U.S. judgments against it. So I think Anna's archive is going to survive the same way Pirate Bay has survived. Internet Archive will not survive in the same way. Again, because the Internet Archive is way too dependent on physical servers and its physical presence. So, next one here. Harry Stark. What caused the programming language assembly to become extinct? The fact it's difficult to program. It takes a lot of code to program very, very simple things. Using modular programming is next to impossible in assembly. It's not a versatile language if you want to do large coding projects. It really only has one use these days, which is coding boot code. That's it. That's really the only purpose that assembly has. And frankly, that's the only purpose it's had for probably going on now 20 years. So, assembly language, really, nobody uses it anymore except for boot code. That's it. And boot code has become so standardized now that very few people are writing new assembly code. All right, next one here from Harry Stark. What caused the programming language Perl to become extinct? The fact it's really difficult to debug. It's incredibly easy to create obfuscated Perl code, and even simple Perl code can be exceptionally difficult to debug. Really, what made Python supersede Perl was that Python is incredibly easy to debug. As long as you have a structured editor, Python's incredibly easy to debug. Perl can be incredibly difficult to debug, on the other hand. CPM versus DOS. Yeah, my dad hates Perl. I made a career around writing Perl. I wrote like 500,000 lines of Perl code in my career. But I switched to Python as soon as I discovered how easy it was to debug. So it's just one of those things where you're putting all your effort into debugging with Perl. Like 90% of your effort is going into debugging. With Python, your effort is going into coding. And if you're a programmer, you'd much rather have your effort go into coding than debugging.
Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan Cohencap, the Perl of great errors. Yeah. Okay. Harry Stark goes, any thoughts on point-and-click adventure games? They have their place. I don't play them. Some people like them. They can be interesting. All interfaces at some point will use some sort of point-and-click device, whether it's like a map. If your game has a map in it, you're doing a point-and-click interaction there. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with point-and-click adventure games, but again, they're not really my thing in general. Harry Stark asks, what video editing program does David use and why? I use Adobe's Premiere Pro. That's what I use. Why do I use it? Because I've always used it. I've used it since I was in college. So, it works. Now, I hear DaVinci works very well, but I've never tried it. I've never tried it myself. Harry Stark asks, what storage platform does David use and why? I don't. I don't use cloud storage. I don't like the idea of cloud storage. I don't like the fact that a cloud storage can just take away all your data and make it disappear. I don't like that a cloud storage platform can view my data. In fact, what I do on my PCs is I disable the cloud. Yes, your PCs come with cloud storage integrated in. I absolutely disable it. And I disable it for Word. I disable it for... because Word will store your files on the cloud. If you use autosave now with Word, it will store your data on the cloud. And I don't want that. I don't want others looking at my data. You know, if there's a data breach, your data is out there. And stuff I do is often way too sensitive for that. So I don't use cloud storage. I also don't like that cloud storage providers can change their terms on the fly. Almost all cloud storage has a clause in it that says they can change the terms at any time, which means they can charge you to download the data.
Your own data.
Your own data.
Yeah. Most of that stuff violates all the primary building blocks.
Yeah. Mama says, Doc, exactly. Cloud storage is just invitations to spy and steal. Yeah, it can be. Darkblade goes, what do you do if you have to change computers? I got this great big storage device called a NAS. And I have like 15, 20 terabytes that I can store my stuff on the NAS, and I keep the bulk of the data on the NAS. Okay? The most sensitive stuff I'll keep on a mirrored drive on my desktop, but I also will, like if I have to change computers for some reason, copy my PC data, which I keep very segregated anyway, onto the NAS, put up the new computer, copy it back from the NAS onto the PC. Very, very simple. Darkblade asks, is that like a flash drive? No, it's not a flash drive. It's a network attached storage. It's basically a small storage array. So it's a networked storage array. So it looks like a NFS or a Samba drive, but it's actually a device that contains 3 or 4 hard drives in it that are all mirrored. So, I don't forget what the brand is for it, but let me see if I can look this up quickly. I'll even tell you what brand I use. If I can find it here. I use the Synology. I have a Synology. I have one of the small ones. Now, I understand that people can... There's a lot of tutorials on how to make your own Synology NAS drives. Okay? I just don't want to deal with that. Okay. Synology makes a very, very good, very easy to use NAS drive, and it took me less than a day to set up, and it's just one of those things that I would just copy the data over to a NAS and be done with it. CPM versus DOS. I'm going back to real data tapes at this rate. Ooh. Oh, yeah, those were ugly. Those were ugly. Yeah. Yeah, real data tapes were really ugly. Jack Ray goes, I might need a new computer, and my manager was aghast at how old it is. Yeah, sometimes that happens. I mean, I've used computers down the job that were over 20 years old. Going camp punch cards. Yeah. Yeah, punch cards. I remember those. Keeps learning. Hard drive prices keep getting more and more expensive. Yeah, as storage is getting more expensive, yeah, hard drives are getting more expensive. But there's still no replacing them. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, transfers are scary. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you for the super chat. The destruction date of Hatzor was comprised by 2 Philistine shards found by Moshe Dothan. Does that seem suspicious, as Moshe Dothan also excavated at Philistine town of Ashdod? No, not necessarily. Here's one of the things I would say. Archaeology is a corroborative science. It's a corroborative science, okay? So you get a result from, say, an initial excavator. In this case, Dathan. But it matters almost more who comes after and how it's corroborated. Now, we've had a lot of excavators at Hatzor since Dathan. There's been Ben Tor. I forget what's her name now, but there's been others. A lot of people have excavated at Hatzor, and a lot of people have confirmed the findings of Dothan. Okay, so if you've got that there's this aggregate of confirmation, then there's no reason to doubt the initial result. Okay. You also don't want to get into a genetic fallacy either, where, say, he might have messed up at Ashdod, and then to question him after that on, say, other sites. That sort of smacks of a genetic fallacy. So, where you're attacking the source of it more than you're attacking the result, the actual argument itself. So, I wouldn't want to get into a genetic fallacy here. But as long as the finding is corroborated by future findings, and in the case of Hatzor, it was corroborated, then there's really no reason to doubt the result. And the results for dating Hatzor have been pretty good overall. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next one here is from Justin the Rhino. Who asks, would Joseph be able to be in a position of power God placed him in if it was not the Hyksos in power? Actually, yes, I think he would. The fact is that the Egyptians themselves sometimes allowed Asiatic Semites to ascend to the rank of vizier. We see it on two separate occasions outside of the Hyksos dynasty. There is the vizier Aparel, and then there's also the Chancellor Bey at the end of Dynasty 19. So the Vizier Bey at the end of Dynasty 19. So there we do have multiple examples of this. So they don't seem to have been so xenophobic that they would prevent an Asiatic Semite from becoming Vizier. So yeah, it's possible. It would have been much easier, yeah, with the Hyksos in power, because the Hyksos were Semites themselves. So Uh, 501 Mobius says Bentor said there was no Philistine shards found. Maybe. But also, he still confirmed the dating. So, if he confirms the dating, well. But it depends upon what those shards were and when they were dated. Okay? So, again, it's a corroborative science. If that dating is corroborated, then yeah. But here's the thing too. Bentor also has had his findings shot down as well. Like for example, Bentor claimed that there was a destruction layer around 1400 BC. That has been completely discredited now. So you know, as I said, it's a corroborative science. Yeah, Bentor may corroborate some aspects, but not others of Dothan's. But there's been others who have corroborated, but discounted some of Bentor's conclusions too. So again, it's just one of those things. It's a corroborative science, and you have to take what sort of washes out at the end of the day. So what was her name now? I wish I could remember her name. The one who's been doing it so recently. Let's see if I can find it here quickly. Books. Near East. Becker is the one I'm thinking of. Like Becker, she said that there was a she maintains that Bentor was wrong about his 15th century small destruction of the lower city. She maintains there's no destruction at all down there. And I think she's made a compelling case for that. At the same time, too, she has said that there's definitely the major destruction in the 13th century is pretty much solid as gold. But she also maintains, too, that there was a small Iron Age settlement there afterwards as well. So, you know, it depends on how he's dating that how those shards are being dated, and it's really, again, it's going to end up being what is corroborative here. Darkblade goes, one guy at Hatzor and Garstang at Jericho. That's twice where 1400 BC is lost. Yeah. It's no longer that whole 1400 BC conquest is no longer a viable position. And it's why most, say, archaeologists in the field have abandoned it. At least those who still believe in an Israelite conquest. Because it's not a viable position. And it hasn't been for a while. And this is just the nature of debates, too. You know, this is how debates work. You get two guys, you get an open question, and some guys debate it out. And at the end of the day, neither one gives up their position. But you get into this phase at some point where the debate goes from being a serious debate to a quite unserious debate. And that's sort of when you know it's over. Okay? You know when it's over, when the debate's over, when the serious argumentation is stopped and things start getting silly. And this happens a lot in scientific debates where there's the old guard or the losing position is so hell-bent on hanging on to it, they'll resort to strange and bizarre arguments. This is the sort of thing that brought us the Mount Ebel curse amulet. Okay? That is a not serious debate. And we're seeing it again with things like the quoting of Aram Naharaim. Aram Naharaim. People are claiming now that they're asserting that's the Mitanni, because Naharaim means Mitanni, while ignoring the Aram. It's become a not serious debate because they're just ignoring what they don't want to hear. They're plugging their ears real loud and going, la la la, I can't hear you. So anytime you get a not serious debate, you know the debate's over. Ryan Cohen-Kemp asks, any updates on the curse amulet? Yeah, it's a dead topic. Here's the last I heard was from about 2 years ago, where Peter Gert van der Veen basically made his last great defense of it to the NAS, of course, because they're the only ones who will listen to him. Everyone else thinks he's a nut job. And and it's they invited Van der Veen, the NAS/ABR, invited Van der Veen to speak, to make that defense of the curse amulet, with the goal in mind of Scott Stripling and Van der Veen and some third person they didn't name at the time, because they gave Gershon Gulil the boot. They were going to write a new article with a revised reading, and I just looked at the scans up on that they showed on the slides, and it's like, no, that reading's not even there. So, and then what happened was, Van der Veen got cancer. And that sort of put their whole publication effort on hold. So Scott couldn't assemble the publication team to follow up again. So, and I expect that we will not hear much on the curse amulet again until either Van der Veen recovers or Scott finds two replacements, because frankly, Scott's really not good at writing papers. He really can't write papers on his own. He needs the help of others because he's a terrible researcher. Oh, he's a very good digger. Yeah, he's a very good excavator. He's a garbage scholar. Okay, and I saw some comments here that I want to take. Let me see this. Darkblade goes, I thought Naharaim meant two rivers. It does mean two rivers. Okay, literally. But whenever you see Naharaim, it means the Mitanni. It's essentially Syria. Okay? Yeah, it means two rivers, but it also means Mitanni. It's kind of like the country Brazil. You see Brazil, it means wood. Brazil means wood, as in the Brazil tree. Brazil nut tree. It's also the name of a country. So, it's just one of those sort of things. Naharaim means two rivers. Yeah. It also means Mitanni. And next one here. Let's see, and that's... Yeah, Mama says desperation to be right rather than know what is right. Oh, yeah. Well, look, I mean, here's the thing. If they lose the Mount Ebel thing, they've lost it all. There's no coming back for ABR. And this is why they're fighting this tooth and nail. We have to understand that the whole ABR thing is based on an early exodus. The discoveries at Mount Ebel are the one site that we can definitely point to as a conquest site. We definitely point to that as a conquest site. It's a ritual site. It's on the right place. It's on the right mountain. And if that doesn't pan out as an early Exodus site, you can't come. There's no walking that back. And ABR put everything, all their the whole wad. They put everything on that, hoping that would pan out as an early Exodus site, and it's just blown up in their faces. Ceramic topology doesn't support them. The scarabs doesn't support them. Nothing supports their view of an early Exodus date at Mount Ebel. So the whole thing has blown back on them. So, yeah, they're desperate. And they will use whatever tactics they can to silence the opposition on this. Darkblade goes, I remember hearing from a previous live that some of the stuff had happened in ABR's Mount Ebel excavation was illegal. Yeah, there was not... Scott did not have the proper export permits when he moved the curse amulet out of the country for X-ray tomography. Well, here's the thing. I mean, look, he got that out of a fill pile. It came from a dig. That's not a ground find. That's not a surface find. You can't just take that out of the country. So, I think he's really kind of really sort of, yeah, he and Scott has said in an interview too that it's easier to seek forgiveness than to seek permission on this stuff. So Scott's not the sort of the guy to get permits. He just does things and then just expects it to work out in the end. So 501 Mobius says, Amarna letter Elamarna 288, Abi Hebda of Jerusalem is complaining, I'm at war as far as the land of Seru, as far as Ginti Kermel. Vannery thought that it meant Sierre, and that was probably Tell Saru. I don't know if it's. I doubt it's Sierra. Stripling has made a case that Saru is Shiloh. Uh, he might not be wrong about that. I don't think Scott Stripling's wrong about everything. I mean, he has some pretty. I think it's more likely to be Shiloh than Sierra. Okay. Now I'm reading Mama's comments. Mama says, that's some University of the Holy Gram. That's some University of the Holy Land crap right there. Yeah.
Ryan's Dr.
Ryan Cohen Camp. So if Dr. Falk pulls a Saint Nick on him and then asks for forgiveness,
Dr. Falk is going to.
no, I'm not gonna hit Stripling. Okay. I did tell Stripling off though. Last ETS I told him off. I told him off good last one. And there was a witness. That was even better.
It wasn't really telling him off so much as just say, why are you.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's slandering me. And it's like, okay. Yeah, I mean, he's going off telling people that, well, I don't trust that folk. I doubt he has a legitimate faith. Like, you scumbag. You total scumbag. Yeah, so...
Again, that reinforces their idea. If you disagree with them, you're...
Yeah. Yeah. Merv Monson, Stripling is buff too. He's in his 60s now. Dude's in his 60s now. You know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got. I mean, he works out a lot, but he's still in his 60s. All right, let's move on here. Next one here. King Bubby asks, have you ever been in a scenario involving someone who is a PhD but is utterly incompetent in their own field or outside of their expertise? Oh, I've met PhDs that have been completely incompetent in their own field. Thanks, Kennedy. I don't think the dude can read. Honestly.
He's been trained.
We've gone over this a lot. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And I'm not the only one that's pointed it out either. Last Azor meeting, that guy who did the paper on his work and just shredded his dissertation. Just shredded it. If it wasn't for the fact that he has traction in evangelical Christianity, because he's got a good TV presence, he'd be nothing at all. Yeah, Mama goes, his ignorance is only exceeded by his connections, and that's the fact. That's absolutely the fact. Hey, Stack, Mr. Kennedy, can't wait for you two to meet again. Yeah, that will be interesting. That will be very interesting. I'm looking forward to the uncomfortable aura in the room. I wonder if he's going to try to get me thrown out. I wonder if he's going to just have me try to get me thrown out. I mean, ETS when? It's in November. I think it's November 20th this year. AJ Higgins, composer, are you two scheduled to meet again? We are. We've never actually met in person. This will be the first time it's in person. Ooh. That's what's going to make this interesting. Because he's going to be given a paper at the NAS this year. And right now, I'm a member of the NAS. I'm allowed to be there. So, oh yeah. That should be fun.
November.
Mama says November in Colorado. What were they thinking? Yeah, I know. I mean, of all times to go to Colorado, Denver of all places, November is not great. Not great. So, Merv Monson goes, Kennedy appeared to be largely aloof, though, in my opinion, at least during the debate. He can't defend his views. It's not that he was aloof. It was that he can't defend his views because he doesn't understand the material very well. He'll come off as aloof because he doesn't know what he's doing. And then people rush into his aid and white knight for him and go, oh, why are you being so mean to him? You can clearly see he doesn't know what he's doing, so why are you being mean? What? This is supposed to be a professor of apologetics. That's like the first criteria of being a professor of apologetics, is that you can defend your views. You'd think. You'd think. You would think that the very first job of being a professor of apologetics is being able to defend what you say. I mean, I might be crazy about this.
Just a thought.
Just a thought. I mean, I might be losing it. I might have lost the plot here in thinking that a professor of apologetics has to be able to defend his views, but hey, I'm old-fashioned that way. Mama says, so a man who does not appear to be very literate literally cannot defend his views. Yes. And he's teaching at Dallas Theological Seminary. Wow. Yikes. Ouch. Okay, that's fun. Let's move on here. Mama says that hurts. Yeah. Mama says, how far the once mighty have fallen? Yeah, a lot of Christian seminaries are becoming, ideological schools. Okay? This is not uncommon at this point. When you start seeing schools fail, when they start sort of drifting towards ideology more than scholarship. We saw it happen with Trinity. We saw it happen with Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. This often happens where as soon as things start going on the downturn, schools start looking at their ideology and then pumping that up getting more ideological people into positions, people who will hold traditional lines, and that just accelerates the decline. So I think DTS are starting to go down that spiral too. And frankly, if it can happen to Trinity, it can happen to DTS. All right, the next question here is from Daniel Hogan. What exactly is Proverbs 17:8 saying about bribes? Okay, pull it up here. Proverbs. Proverbs 17, verse 8. A bribe is a charm in the sight of its owner. Wherever he turns, he prospers. Okay. Now we have to understand something about Proverbs. Proverbs are not necessarily moral statements. They're maxims. They can make moral statements, and those moral statements are, say, generally true, but not always true. But they can also be observations of things that are true. Okay? In this case, it's basically saying that bribes unlock doors. They unlock doors to the tombs of Amenhotep II. As a certain Joel Kramer found out. Okay? Yeah, they're descriptive. They're descriptive of reality. So that's really what this is. It's basically telling you that those who have bribes get their way. That's what it's telling you. It's telling you a general truth of life. Is it a good thing?
No.
Is it, as Mr. Producer says, is it a good thing? No. Is it fair? No. But
is it reality?
Is it reality? Yes. So does it suck? Yeah, very much so. But the Proverbs aren't there to mollycoddle you. They're not there to sort of tell you everything is fair. Life is always going to be fair. No, it doesn't tell you that. It's going to tell you the truth in a general maxim sense, but it will tell it to you. Yeah, Mama says here, money equals open doors. Yeah. Merv Monson, they could make you evade a prison sentence too. Yeah. And it could even influence corrupt police to harass people and trump up charges. So it's one of those things that it's just one of those sort of life lessons that you learn, that bribes get things done. Yeah, Milo, I caught the slip of the tongue. Everyone's gonna laugh at me now, especially Mama. Okay, so yeah, Daniel, that's what that's what you're gonna get out of this. Darkblade goes, I've heard that bribing police is more effective in Mexico than some other parts of the world. Oh, you want to know what's really effective? Utah. Really effective in Utah. Yeah. All right, let's move on here. Bubble Trouble didn't know about the police thing. Ick. Yeah, ick. Danny DeVance says hashtag Mormon Mafia. That's what Mormon channels are calling it. Pro-Mormon channels are calling it that. Yeah, Lego Gate. Look it up. It's been everywhere right now. Moving on. Common Lurker asks, can you give a brief summary of the prehistory of Egypt, like hunter-gatherers to Old Kingdom, if you can? It's more complicated than that. It's not something you can summarize really easily. Prehistory of Egypt went through various stages, with sometimes called Nagata 1, Nagata 2, and Nagata 3 periods. There's also a Badarian period. There's other periods as well. And some of them are related geographically according to kingdom. Basically, what sort of defines the pre-dynastic period is the fact that you had two separate kingdoms of Egypt. So, Darkblade goes, is our resident Mormon here? Yes, he is. Don't get on his case over this. It's not his fault. He didn't cause this. But it is a problem of with what's going on there right now. So again, he's not responsible. Do not blame him. Do not give him a hard time over it. But this has been an ongoing problem that sort of has blown out of all proportion. And unfortunately, yeah, Haystack was here. Haystack has been here. He was just here. So, yeah. I don't think he'd support this either. Yeah, I don't think he would support this corruption. And there are people within the Mormon Church who do not support this corruption. Yeah, the mass majority of us. But there are the rich and the powerful. And the fact is, this particular corporation, Mormon-owned corporation, which gave a lot of money to its local bishopric, okay, has been getting the police of American Forks to do things that are illegal. Common Lurker, what's going on? It'd be too difficult for me to explain because it's so convoluted. Just look up Lego scandal, and you'll find it everywhere right now on YouTube. Absolutely everywhere. A YouTuber was basically trying to get a consignment of $200,000 worth of Lego back from the corporation Bricks and Minifigs, which is a Mormon-owned company. And when he went to do service of process, they had him swatted. Basically, they sent a SWAT team to search his home for stolen Lego, which he didn't have, and then they arrested him on a search warrant. There's so many levels of illegal here that it's really hard to say. Okay? No, Andrew Graham, Lego is Mormon. No, it's not. Like, but the largest sort of, how do you say this? Bricks and Minifigs is a pawn shop chain. It's a chain of pawn shops for Lego. It's essentially what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a third-party reseller. Lego is a Swedish-owned company. It's totally Swedish-owned, and it's not, the Lego Corporation is not in any way related to either Bricks and Minifigs or the Mormon Church, except that Lego resells through Bricks and Minifigs. But they resell through a lot of parties. So, but it's gotten insane. This whole thing has just gotten so out of proportion.
The level of
the level of corruption from the American Forks Police Department is just on a whole new level. Like they redacted videos of police doing illegal actions. I mean, really that bad. Well, a SWAT team. I mean, using AKs and drawn guns to seize stolen Lego. They're not busting heroin owners for on this level. There's drug dealers in American Forks, and they're going after some guy for Lego? Are you serious?
Yeah, a lot of people get killed when police do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they have the wrong address, because you don't know who they.
Well, it's crazy here because too, they on a search warrant, not an arrest warrant, a search warrant. And it says even in the search warrant, the whole pretext for the search was to effect an arrest. That is an illegal search warrant. That's not a search warrant. That's an arrest warrant disguised as a search warrant. They're supposed to have two separate warrants for this. A search warrant and an arrest warrant. But you can't do an arrest warrant without probable cause. You can do a search warrant with a lower standard of probable cause.
Police get frustrated. They have drug dealers,
yeah.
murderers, that they know the person did it.
Yeah.
And they can't effect an arrest.
Yeah.
Because they don't have paper.
Yeah.
And yet they break into this guy's house. What?
Mama says, wait, what? Yeah. That's not how that works. Dude has a case to sue the crap out of him. Yeah, now what they've done is the police department has issued a warrant for Reckless Ben's arrest with no bail. Think about that. They issue a warrant for his arrest without bail.
That's violating so many legal standards.
I mean, they won't tell him what he's charged with. But they've issued a anonymous warrant where the charge is not disclosed and there's no bail permitted. I mean, there's murderers who get bail. They're back out on the street in 2 days. Oh, this is so corrupt, it is not even funny. Darkblade goes, maybe the thought line was, if we find Lego blocks there, that will create a state of probable cause on the spot. But here's the thing. They didn't even say what their source was for this. Was it hearsay? Was it the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs who tipped him off? There's no evidence in the warrant that said who the source was.
Ground. Yeah, it's.
Andrew Graham sounds like California, except this is Utah. Yeah. Dan Dement goes, man is legit hiding in Mexico right now looking for legal representation. Yeah, and he needs it. He needs it. Yeah, they have really escalated this beyond any reasonable level. Mama goes, Mormon Mafia, indeed. Yeah, it is. And the Mormon channels are even covering it. So it's just like, okay, this is not going away. And the video that they didn't redact is insane. The police are taking orders right from the owners of Bricks and Minifigs. The Bricks and Minifigs guys are telling the police what to do, and they're going out and doing it. They've interfered with service of process. The police actually interfered with service of process. They had... the Haystack says,
yeah.
LDS broadcasters have been putting pressure on the cops to stop, give the bricks back. Yeah, and that's the right thing to do. That's what they should have done to begin with. I absolutely agree, Haystack.
Yeah.
And I think there are Mormons of good faith that are putting pressure where it belongs. The problem is that you've got this very high echelon within, say, the local bishopric, within the local Mormon community at American Forks, that's just going to bat for bricks and minifigs. And the level of police corruption here is, hey, look, Haystack, I admire the fact you were a decent cop. I admire that in you. I think that's something to be highly respected. Good cops are worth their weight in gold. These guys were just, I have not seen this level of local corruption in years. I mean, you do see, for example, on some of these auditing channels, where you get this little pieces of corruption. You know, one cop makes a very bad decision, like guy gets beaten after he's cuffed, you know, that sort of thing, and the guy loses his job. Okay, you know, it might take a while after the internal affairs clears him, and then it goes public, and then justice comes. But I have never seen so many violations of department regulations, the law, as I have in this just short saga. It was bad. The Haystack says a single lie should end your career. That's what I was taught. I think that's right. I mean, they pulled these guys over for a traffic stop that didn't exist. They said on that body cam, we're just going to scare them. You know, they made the proper stop. It was clear on the camera. They made a 2-second stop. They did the turn, then got pulled over running a stop sign, and then they brought out they said on the camera, they're just going to scare them. Then they brought out the heroin dogs. They tested them for DUIs. Made it into a 3-hour Terry stop.
That's illegal.
It is very illegal. It's an unconstitutional Terry stop. It was bad. I mean, this was really bad.
Yeah. Dark Blade. I recently watched a wheelchair for allegedly breaking.
Yeah. Darkblade, I recently watched a video of a disabled person in a wheelchair being arrested for allegedly breaking down the door. Yeah, and we've seen stuff like this. Like, for example, like the woman who was accused of holding a cell phone while driving in her right hand, and she doesn't have a right hand.
Oh, that was so bizarre.
It was so bizarre, and should have never gone to court. Never gotten a ticket and never gone to court. Although she has made jokes of winning the case single-handed.
Good for her. Good for her.
But this thing in American Fork, wow, I have never seen so many constitutional, as I said, procedural violations in such a short span of time. That was so over such a little thing. Just like, you know, as I said, they swatted him over Lego.
That's the part people can't get. I mean, the corruption is horrible.
Yeah.
But everybody's going over.
Yeah. Yeah. They swatted the guy over stolen Lego. And they had no probable cause.
Tony D says small towns are.
Yeah, they are.
Your Honor. Your Honor, no right hand.
Andrew Graham says, Your Honor, no right hand, case dismissed. Yeah, that's what happened, actually.
Yeah.
The prosecutor kept going with the case.
Yeah. What's terrifying about it is it reached court.
Marmara, we're following the Lego case here in the United States. Everyone is. Everyone is fascinated by this because Nobody can believe how insane it's gotten. This should have been a minor civil dispute that was resolved. That's all it should have been.
The bricks and fakes should have just shrugged and said, "Oh, our bad," and handed it back.
Well, they won their lower court case. They won the case against the franchise, and what did Bricks and Minifigs do? They shut down the franchise, so they didn't have to pay out.
And then they were told to the bigger not to let them.
Oh yeah, they did put pressure on Patreon, yeah, to take down Reckless Ben's Patreon site.
Yeah,
and the CEO of Patreon told them to shove it.
Big kudos out to the Patreons. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is he has the problem with Patreon is it's done some very cowardly things in the past.
Yeah.
But this time it would have been just too bad. I mean, this is just too egregious for even Patreon to ignore. So Patreon's not a hero. They're not a hero.
But they are.
But they've did the right thing this time. All right, let's move on here. Next question's from IC. What key difference leads you to accept Noonan's argument for Exodus Egyptian composition, but not the linguistic case for multiple authorship of Isaiah, vocabulary, rhythm, syntax, rhetoric? Okay, a couple things. In the case of Noonan's argument, there's no doubt that those are loan words. There's absolutely no doubt that those are loan words. Those are words that are well attested in Egyptian literature, and we can date them. Those are very easy to do. In the case of, say, the linguistic case for multiple authorship of Isaiah, there's a huge subjective factor there. Okay? And a lot of that is in the eye of the beholder. There are also linguistic counter-arguments for multiple authorship of Isaiah too. So it's not so easy to say that there's a slam dunk argument for multiple authorship of Isaiah. There's both arguments and counter-arguments for both sides on that. So in that case, it's more comes down to what you find more compelling. In my case, I'm not attached to multiple single authorship of Isaiah, but that's what I think the evidence best supports. I don't like the idea of say, as again, I'm not solely attached to single authorship, but I think it's more compelling at the moment. And I'm okay changing my mind on this too. I'm absolutely okay changing my mind on multiple authorship of Isaiah if I find sufficient evidence for it. No problem with that. So I don't have any issue with that. Ryan Cohenkamp asked the follow-up, would it be okay for multiple authors from a Christian perspective? Yeah, sure, be okay. It absolutely would be okay. The fact is then that each multiple author is then an inspired author. Okay, so instead of being the book of Isaiah of a single person, it's a book of Isaiahs as such. So again, I don't have a big problem with that, but right now I find it the other more compelling. Okay, so that's where I stand on that. Keeps Learning says, is it possible that the School Isaiah continued and authored second Isaiah? It's possible. It's possible. Do I think it's likely? I think it's less likely than single authorship. But that's where I've sort of fallen on this issue. Merv Monson, you'd expect there to be multiple scrolls of Isaiah if there were multiple authors. Yeah, you would. There also seems that the fact is that the literary composition of Isaiah does seem to be around an inflection point. Okay? An inflection point is where a text moves towards a central point, and then once it hits that point, it moves away in the opposite direction. And that does seem what's happening in the book of Isaiah, that there's an inflection point. An inflection point would indicate, say, single authorship, not multiple authorship. So that's sort of the opposite argument to, say, the linguistic case for multiple authorship there. The fact is, too, I've always been highly suspect of some of those arguments indicating multiple authorship, like vocabulary, rhythm, syntax, and rhetoric. Rhythm's very dodgy in Hebrew poetry anyway. Very dodgy. Yeah, it's like a chiasm, Ryan. It's like a chiasm. But it's bigger. It's bigger than a chiasm. It spans like a whole book. Syntax, maybe. Vocabulary, maybe. Rhetoric and syntax are really probably the weakest of those arguments. Next one here. I'm going to take a look at this before I answer. What he's talking about. Oh, okay. I see what he's talking about here. Okay. Dark Plate?
Over time, I became
Darkblade goes, over time I've become more tolerant, so it wouldn't demand Fulk's immediate excommunication if he supported Deutero Isaiah. Well, thank you very much, Darkblade. Appreciate the support. Haystack adds here, social pressure in Utah is weird. The culture can be cliquey and catty. It's uniquely a Utah County thing. But everyone goes to the same temple, has to answer if we are honest with our fellow man. Okay. Haystack, those folks can no longer answer that in the affirmative. Oh, I'm sure they do. Okay, I'm sure they do. But what comes out of their mouth is not what's in their heart. Okay, next one here is from Raging Smurf. Exodus 6:20 was the prohibition on such units afterwards in laying the law one of those corrections on stray customs and Moses happened to be ironically the product of such a union. Okay, here's the text. Exodus 6 verse 20. And Amram married his father's sister Jochebed. Okay, and she bore him Aaron and Moses, and the length of Amram's reign was 137 years. Okay. The issue here is the marrying of his father's sister, Jochebed. The problem here is that this is ambiguous. Now, you would think, okay, if you're using, say, there's two systems of family relations that you find in, say, various cultures. What's sometimes called the Inuit system and the Polynesian system, okay? And the way these work is that, in, say, for example, the Inuit system, the names of, say, close relations are restricted to various simple forms. So a brother is, it could be your brother, it could be your cousin, it could be your third uncle. They're all brothers. In the Polynesian system, you have specific words for every single relation. Latin is based on the Polynesian system. So your cousin, your female cousin, is different than your male cousin. They're different words. Oh yeah, very, very yeah, very much so. So we do know that this is a woman on his father's side. And that's probably the most we have to go on there. Now, is it his father's biological sister? Is it his father's stepsister? Is it his father's um, brother's daughter. That's how this strange this sort of gets in the Inuit system. So while such unions would be completely prohibited for direct relations, we're not really sure because of the long generations involved here. Because here's what. He married his father's sister. Well, his father lived 133 years. Okay? How old was this woman he married? Okay, really? Think about this. Is she really over 100? I mean, yeah, there's robbing the cradle, but then there's robbing the grave. Okay? Yeah, his father's sister, huh? His father was Kohath. According to the genealogy. Yeah. Yeah. Octogenarian marriage is probably something that's probably a greater concern here than just the nature of the union. Just saying. Yeah, Ryan Cohen kind of says, are those ages accurate or more like clan ages like in Genesis? They're more like clan ages. What we're really talking about here in Genesis 6 is clan ages, okay? That's the only way to make sense of this passage. So, yeah, it's clan ages here. So you gotta be careful here of how literal you take the text, because if you take this literally, you've got basically the robbing of the grave here for this. So it gets really strange really fast. So with that said, though, I think that sort of best covers it here. So yeah, the naive sort of marrying your aunt will be later outlawed in the law, but it's not clear here that that's what's really happening here. Okay, so I hope that helps, Raging Smurf. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, let's move on here. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. We couldn't do this without you, and we're so grateful. Thank you so very much. We also hope you're doing well. We didn't hear from you last week, and we were worried about you. So do let us know how you're doing health-wise, because we are praying for you. All right, next one here is from AJ Higgins, composer, for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Favorite published resource from Kenneth Kitchen? Oh, that has got to be Ramesside inscriptions. Okay, I mean, I'm an Egyptologist. For me, the Kitchen's Ramesside inscriptions is just the absolute best resource for me. It's basically 8 volumes of transcriptions of Ramesside material. And he was very, very thorough. So, For an Egyptologist, that's the go-to. That is the go-to Bible of Ramessides stuff. So I know other people like his on the reliability of the Old Testament. That's probably for many people the book that they know him best by. But as an Egyptologist, for me, it's Kitchen's Ramesside inscriptions. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Chow Yu asks, for six, I think it's Myanmar. He asks, how close is modern Hebrew from biblical Hebrew? They are not the same. Modern Hebrew is a simplified form of biblical Hebrew. That's essentially what it is. It has been, its syntax has been reduced and simplified for a modern speaker. Okay. There's also a lot of new vocabulary that's been introduced. There are some constructions in biblical Hebrew that are not present in modern Hebrew. For example, the atel is 8L is one of those constructions that you do not find in modern Hebrew, but it's present in biblical Hebrew. Here's basically what it comes down to. You can't order a cheeseburger in Tel Aviv with biblical Hebrew. Okay? The vocabulary isn't there. The grammar is not there. Modern Hebrew has undergone several changes. Some of that includes some other languages too. Like there's a little bit of Yiddish that has been included into modern Hebrew to sort of fill the gaps that are not present in biblical Hebrew. So, again, it's one of those things that, yeah, there's a lot of people who try to study modern Hebrew thinking they're going to read biblical Hebrew, and it doesn't work. The languages are too different. Biblical Hebrew is actually more complicated. So, so that's what I would say there. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Milo Mortimer asks if I've ever heard of the butterfly people that appeared during the 2011 Joplin EF5. I don't know what that is. Do you think they were angels, another spirit critter type? I don't know this incident, so it's hard for me to say. There have been manifestations of what's called the Mothman, which basically are these butterfly people-ish kind of things. More like moths that appear before a tragedy. Those have that's Arthur from the Tick. Milo says they were little butterfly people protecting children. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I can't say. Mama says, you cannot order a cheeseburger with biblical Hebrew. Hey, you cannot order a cheeseburger in Tel Aviv with biblical Hebrew. Plenty of that. So, sorry, Milo. I just don't know anything about this, so can't really comment. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, when do you think Jesus was crucified? 30 or 33 AD? I tend to lean more towards 30 AD on this one. Um, but it doesn't really matter to me either way. So, hope that helps. Golden Win asks, opinion on manga, comics, or graphic novels over pure prose novels? They're both good. Okay. Um, I enjoy manga, less comics. I find comics too short to get into deep storytelling. Some graphic novels are essentially American manga. Um, yeah, I prefer graphic novels and manga over, say, comics. But manga or graphic novels over pure prose novels, there's they're different. They're different. I would sometimes read a novel. I prefer to read a novel. Sometimes I'll pick out a graphic novel and read that instead, or a manga and read that instead. It depends upon what mood I'm in. Lately, I have been reading more pure prose novels, just because I think I need to sometimes work on my attention span. So, if you want to work on your attention span, you tend to read more novels. So,
The visual novels, comics, tell us.
oh yeah, there's no question about the storytelling ability of graphic novels. That's not really the question in my mind. It's more of a what does it bring you to the table? See, here's the thing. When you read a novel, you're basically getting into a fictive dream where your imagination takes over. The words are guiding your imagination. The thing with graphic novels is that graphic novels supply a lot of the visual cues for you. Very enjoyable visual cues. Okay.
If the person's good,
mm-hmm.
It's very powerful because it skips the language part of it.
Yeah. But it's not the same experience either. And I want to be clear on that. John says, I tried to get into graphic novels and comics, but I just prefer novels. Fair enough. Hey, buy my book. They're novels. Milo Mortimer says, nothing keeps my attention like a good sci-fi novel. And I agree. I love good sci-fi novels. Jack Ray goes, I remember reading Red Storm Rising one day. Literally one day. Yeah. I don't know why people got into that series. I couldn't get into it. Mama says, 12-year-old recommends Angelic Lair manga series. Okay, cool. All right. Danny Dement. I'm a Dragon Ball guy. Shocking, I know. I'm not surprised, somehow. Jack Ray goes, I mean, I read the book in one day. I liked it. Okay. I tried to read Red Rising. Did not. I just couldn't get into it. I just couldn't get into it. All right, moving on here. Tao Chung says, hello, Doc. Does the obelisk represent Osiris's missing phallus? No. No, it's essentially a pyramid on a big tower. It's an extension of the Sun Temples, and it has no relationship to Osiris at all. It's almost completely related to sun cults. Sun cults like the cult of Atum-Re. Okay? So it has no relationship to Osiris in any way at all. Okay, next one here. Rich Adams, what is your opinion on data centers? They're cold. Really, really cold. And they're uncomfortable. And they're dusty. Okay? I do not like data centers. I spent my 20s working in data centers. I never got to see the sun. I spent my 20s in data centers. Yeah, never got to go outside, never got to see the sun. Sometimes didn't even see the daylight. You know, mamas, don't let your children grow up to be IT professionals. Just saying. All right, moving on. No, I haven't come to 913 yet. I'm still on 856. Golden Whisk asks, regarding artist versus scholarship, should have clarified that I'm asking which is more useful for the edification of the church. Both. We need both.
And we need more artistic scholars and more scholarly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mrs. Producer says we need more scholarly artists and more artistic scholars. So here's the thing. Scholarship gives us the data. The arts help us communicate the data.
The arts reach the culture.
Yeah. The arts reach the culture. Okay? This is one of the reasons why we push the arts so heavily on this channel. Because you can have all the most beautiful scholarship in the world. You could have evidence that compels. You can have great tomes of knowledge and learning. And none of it penetrates the culture. None of it. Storytelling convinces. The morality and mores and the thinking of a culture rests upon its storytelling. It rests upon its storytelling. So it's, we need both artists and scholars. We need them both. And both serve a function that's important to the church. Scholarship can equip you to know what you need to know. But it's the artist that brings that down to where the laity can consume it. Essentially, here's how it works. Scholars put the hay in the loft. The artists bring the hay down to the sheep where they can eat it. That's why they're both important. So, it's going to come down to, what is God calling you to do? That's what you have to decide. Is God calling you to be an artist, or is God calling you to be a scholar? Both can serve the church. Both should serve the church. And they should be working in tandem together. Mama says, Doc, true. Look at the way regimes come in and try to wipe out indigenous peoples. They forbid their language, primarily their oral history or storytelling. Yeah. Milo Mortimer says, is equally important to have the paleontologist and the paleo artist. Absolutely, yeah. Well, uh, you have both doctors and medical illustrators. I mean, medical illustration is a big money thing.
Oh, you have to. Really
You have to be good at it. Yeah.
If you're a little off, surgery goes seriously wrong.
Yeah, I mean, people's lives can hang on good medical art, medical illustration. You look at any textbook for biology, and it is full of medical illustration. The cell. Every biology textbook you see, and you open it up and you see the illustration of the cell. That's not a photograph most of the time. It's a drawing. It's something that a medical illustrator has done. So medical illustrators play an incredible role in education, more so than the text. The text itself does sometimes. You mean most of us have some memory of an illustration of a cell, more than we actually comprehend what's inside a cell. So, it's not enough to just have the text. You do need the illustration and the art. So, yeah, it's important to have the paleontologist and the paleo artist. It's important to have the scholar and the artist. All right, let's move on here. Next one. Marimara asks for $5 here. Have you considered Pope Leo XIV's Magnifica Humanitas with emphasis on AI and just war? I haven't looked at his just war stuff. I found his ideas on AI a bit alarmist, honestly. AI is not going away. I mean, essentially, he's declared the Butlerian Jihad. I mean, that's really what he's done here. He's declared the Butlerian Jihad. Rise up against the machine. It's like, I mean, it's playing out. The Orange Catholic Bible here is playing out here. If you don't realize those are Dune references, okay, both the Butlerian Jihad and the Orange Catholic Bible. So, yeah, he's basically declared the Butlerian Jihad before we're ready for it. Darkblade declaring jihad against AI sounds like something I would expect from Cereal. Yeah, he is very much against AI. I take sort of an even-handed approach to it. Look, I think there are legitimate uses for AI. I've said that repeatedly. Particularly if it's stuff you don't want to do. Okay? Like, for example, I'll be very, very honest. I use AI assets on my book covers. I never use it in my writing. I don't even use grammar or style, AI grammar and style checkers in my writing. Because I don't like what it does to my writing. But I'm okay using AI assets, which I then Photoshop and manipulate to produce something better. I have no problems with that. Because I'm selling a novel. I'm not selling a work of high art here. Now, if I was selling a work of high art, and the main product was a work of, say, hand-drawn, beautifully illustrated art, then I wouldn't be using AI. Again, it's what are you selling here that sort of, I think, determines in many respects the usage. So, again, I take a middle position on AI. I don't think it's going away. It's definitely not going away. So, I think we can have a middle position on this. So, all right, moving on. Mara asks, your thoughts on the Ark of the Covenant being passed on to the mother of Jesus? I think it's baloney. You hear this a lot in Catholic apologetics. There is nothing in the Church Fathers to allude to this. There is nothing in, say, the Bible that alludes to this. The problem with this comparison is between the Ark of the Covenant and Mary as bearer of Jesus isn't a good comparison. It's really not a good comparison, because what they'll tend to do is they'll say, well, the tablets were inside the ark. Jesus was inside of Mary. Therefore, the ark is the symbol of Mary, and Mary has become the new Ark of the Covenant. Well, the problem is the presence of God isn't inside the box. It's above the box, between the wings of the cherubim. So, I think this comparison between the Ark of the Covenant and Mary does not work. It doesn't work. It's a bad analogy, and Catholics should stop using it. I really think that's... But here's the problem. If you look at the Bible about what it talks about, say, Mary, like a few grains of sand on the ocean.
I keep learning, points out
Keeps learning says the ark was the footstool, right? Yeah, it was the footstool.
wouldn't equate.
Yeah, I wouldn't equate Mary with a footstool either. Yeah, I think there's issues there. There's also some issues too with the whole idea that Mary's to be found everywhere in the Bible. People will take, say, the typology of Christ, and Christ says, he is found all through the Bible through typology. People will try to take that same concept and apply it to Mary. And there's no warrant for that. There is no warrant at all for that. So you'll get Catholics that'll see Mary in, say, the Ark of the Covenant. They'll see Mary in Genesis 12, Revelation chapter 12. They'll see her all over the place through the scriptures. Yeah, and that's not what scripture goes for. Andrew Graham, Mary received the Ark of the Covenant. Man, that's a stretch. It is a stretch, yeah. But it is Catholic apologetics.
Your belief is the Ark of the Covenant was taken.
Ooh. Yeah, well, I won't go there. That will be that would PO them off. But yeah, I mean, Mrs. Producer points out that I think that the Ark of the Covenant had been melted down. Thrown in a fire and melted down. Did the same thing happen to Mary? I hope not. Yeah. All right. Moving on here. Chad Lennox for $4.99. He asks, "What's your opinions on Josephus' writing about Jesus?" Okay, Josephus talks about 24 individuals that are named Jesus. The one that interests us, of course, is Jesus of Nazareth. Okay? Now, it's clear that Josephus is not a believer in Jesus, which, again, as a Jew, we wouldn't expect him to be a believer in Jesus. There's no problem there. He does seem to be generally have a dispassionate, just a descriptive report of Jesus for the most part. There's one that's possibly an scribal gloss of Josephus that say inserts. I think there's one insertion into Josephus that says, "Who is the Christ," which would be uncharacteristic of a pious Jew to say. But apart from that one sort of controversial passage, everything else is pretty prosaic. It's nothing we would not expect from a secular reporter of history, at least within the Roman context. So, with the exception of that one possible interpolation, I would say overall that that Josephus' writings about that. Merv Monson says, haters say it's an interpolation, no proof of that though. Yeah, but there's no evidence that it isn't either. Okay? And it would seem to paint Josephus in a light that he probably would not have believed himself, which is why people suspect interpolation. It's not just haters. You know, there have been basically scholars of good faith that have said it. It doesn't really change anything though. Here's the thing. It doesn't change anything at all if you remove that. So if you take out that supposed interpolation, it doesn't change the content. It doesn't fail to establish the historicity of Christ. It does not change the reported resurrection. You know, Josephus says many of his followers believed that he was resurrected. Yeah. And many of his followers did believe that. So removing that one interpolation doesn't actually change anything. So it's like, okay, then why double down on it? Makes no sense to double down on something that doesn't change anything. So, you know, why do we get caught up in little things like this? I mean, I don't understand it. Like this, like people get a lot of like worked up about the Q source. Yeah, you know, this source, quote, hypothetical source of Jesus' sayings prior to the Gospels. Okay. People get this generates a lot of heat. Does it change absolutely anything? No. The Gospels are still the Gospels, whether they're based on Q or not. It doesn't change absolutely anything, so why get worked up over it? Why put any emotion into stuff like Q or this potential interpolation? If it doesn't hurt to admit it, you know, what's the point? What's the point in fighting it? What's the point in arguing it? Andrew Graham, because you can? Well, some people just love to fight, I guess. Fight.
Because if you argue Jesus isn't the Lord, you'll get kicked out of the church.
This is, yes, the Q source, my favorite Star Trek, The Next Generation. Yes. Yeah, that's the only good Q source. Darkblade, also JP, EPD, and other alphabet soup. the thing about the documentary hypothesis, though, is that does change some things, okay? It does basically say that the Pentateuch was written after the prophets, okay? And it just doesn't make any sense. Okay? Now, that's not one of those things where it could go one way or the other. It's like, this is really, really messed up. So, Harry Stark asks, is the alleged Q source legit? Did the Q source exist? We don't know. There's no evidence for the Q source. None. Okay? There's no evidence for the Q source. We have nothing. Basically, their evidence for the Q source is the quote Gospel of Thomas, a Gnostic gospel that was written 100 years after the fact. Okay? So, that's their basis for the Q source, is the Gospel of Thomas. No, it's not a reliable source. That's the only evidence they have for it. A late Gnostic gospel. So, Mama says bat guano. Theory holds as much water as vacuum of space. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it. A lot of theories in biblical studies are like that, though. Andrew Graham goes, it's like saying Peter was the first pope. Yeah. There's no evidence for that either. There's no evidence that Peter was ever in Rome. None. I mean, the evidence for Peter being in Rome is so bad. I mean, it is just non-existent. Paul being in Rome, yeah, sure, we got tons of evidence for Paul being in Rome. We have absolutely zip for Peter ever going to Rome. Zero. So, yeah, that one's bad too. All right, moving on here. Mara asks for $5 here. And thank you very much for this super chat. Your thoughts on aliens and the relationship to demons? It's become popular again to equate aliens with demons. Okay? I think that in the case of, say, aliens, it's going to really depend. It's going to really depend on the manifestation. Some of them are just optical illusions. Some of them are manifestations of some kind. Do we know which ones are which? Very difficult to tell. There's very little mentioning. Those who basically claim psychic connection to aliens, yeah, that could be demonic. That could definitely be demonic. Like, there's a lot of people who claim that they can have psychic communication with aliens without there being a single UFO in the sky. Got to be clear about that. When those psychic events happen, there's no actual UFO in the sky. These people are communicating with aliens in the same way that a psychic would communicate with spirits of the dead. Okay? In those cases, yeah, I'd say that's demonic contact. Okay? But for just the UFO in the sky, there's actually relatively little that would connect aliens to anything demonic. Now, with that said, however, there is a lot that connects alien abduction to CIA activities. Okay? Oh, they had this whole experiment where they follow this guy around. They would drug him up every so often, wear alien suits to get him to believe he was abducted by aliens. So the guy would go to the press, talk about aliens, to make the Russians think that the US, have access to alien technology. Yeah, it does sound like something the CIA would do.
Father was never in the CIA. It sounds like something my father would come up with on his coffee breaks and tell somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like... So yeah, it's just like crazy some of the stuff that's going on out there. And not a lot of it is not so much, say, demonic or alien, it's counterintelligence. So... Andrew, what a trip of a prank. Yeah.
Probably not to the poor guy they did it to, though.
Blue Dog. Supposedly, there's a lot of correlation between alien encounters and occult practices. That has been studied more closely recently and found to be wanting. Okay. This was sort of the view of Clifford Wilson. Okay. And a lot of, say, what you find today is you've got a lot of people like, Creation Ministries International, that are now trying to connect aliens to occult practice. And this was something that I said was originally proposed by Clifford Wilson, who wasn't stupid. He wasn't stupid, but he also didn't have good data at his disposal. I would say now that if there is a connection between alien encounters and occult practice, it's more along the lines of those who claim to psychically connect with aliens. I think that they call that the close encounters of the fifth kind or something like that. Not the third kind, the fifth kind. The dude said, dude, what? The CIA? Deceive anyone? Never. Never. Yeah, they'd never do that. Mama, CMI, yep, Creation Ministries. I don't know why CMI has gotten into the whole aliens thing. It's just... wow. I mean, talk about a creationist... it's one thing to speculate about the existence of aliens, okay? It's one thing to speculate. It's another thing to say we don't know. It's yet another level to say, oh, we know what these are. These are aliens. And Christians these aliens are afraid of Christians. You want to destroy your credibility? Well, that's an incredibly great way to do it.
Well, again, that's part of being an actual academic, is you're not allowed to make statements of fact.
Yeah.
Unless you have evidence.
Well,
on the subject of aliens, we don't have any documents.
Here's what's happening in our culture with creationism. All these pulpit ministries are getting long in the tooth. Their founders are getting old. They are pushing well past they're pushing well past their retirement age. And I think it's just they needed to shut the doors. Okay? Or break off into other ministries. You know, this is one of the things that happens that that some ministries do. They'll shut the doors, but break off splintered ministries that then sort of carry on the torch. These basically old guys who started these creationist ministries are just continuing on after their founders have lost their marbles. And I think it's just, wow. It's destroying their credibility. We're seeing this with CMI. We're seeing this with Answers in Genesis. Both of them are having the same problem. Both of them were founded roughly the same time. So, the founders of both of these organizations are, they're hitting their 70s. They're not so lucid anymore. They see a squirrel and they yell squirrel. And they're destroying their credibilities by hanging on a bit too long. So, this is why Hugh Ross stepped out. This is why Hugh Ross stepped away from his ministry. It's because he was getting to a point where he was just too old to run the ministry anymore. So, Darkblade founded. Irenaeus says Peter was in Rome in Against Heresies 3.11. I'd have to look that up. But here's one of the things too. That copy of Against Heresies has been copied many times over. So there is the potential problem of Catholic interpolation in there. I will look that up when I get offline here. But I'm also sort of reticent. Frankly, Irenaeus is in the late 2nd century anyway. He's already really far away from the potential of Peter being in Rome. So, all right, moving on. Danny Dement asks the member question here. Quote, sure, he affirms the Trinity and believes in the resurrection and return of Christ. But did you see his opinion on what year the Exodus happened? Yeah. And of course, because of that, Stripling thinks that I can't be trusted. My faith is spurious. I mean, when I was at the meeting last year, they grilled me on my faith. I think they treated me like an unbeliever. Like, I said, dude, I'm very traditional as far as the essentials of the faith. Like, more traditional than any of you guys are. Like, Cereal Bowl, what about 2 Peter saying he's in Babylon? That's not Rome, dude. That's not Rome. Is that a spiritual Babylon? Because that's a thing. That could be Rome. That could also be Jerusalem. There are times when Jerusalem has been called Babylon. Okay? So, that's not good evidence. Okay? Yeah, many Catholic interpreters will take that as Rome. But that can be just as much Jerusalem as it is Rome. So anyway, there's a lot of possibilities there that are not necessarily Rome in that case. Okay, moving on here. Was there that question at 9:15 or something like that you... I answered it? Okay, good. Okay. Keeps Learning asks, do you have an opinion on Albert Mohler's amendment to prevent Southern Baptist Convention churches to have female pastors? No, I don't. I don't have an opinion on it. I haven't read the amendment. I kind of take a middle ground on this anyway. I think for most congregations, it's a bad idea to have a female pastor. But there's also some specialized ministries where it's required. Okay? If you're doing a women's ministry, yeah, you need a female pastor. That shouldn't come as a surprise. If you're doing a outreach to a women's shelter, you can't send a man in. You can't do that. That would be horrendous. So there are exceptions to men leading a congregation here that have to be considered. You have to be sensitive to that. So again, I would just say here that a blanket amendment preventing an SBC church to have female pastors is kind of tone deaf in this culture. Now, I still think that as a general rule, general congregations should have a male as a pastor. Again, it affirms the order of creation. But again, it's not every situation. Okay? Every situation is not confirmed by the general. So again, I'm kind of I kind of want to take a more middle ground on this one. All right, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Harry Stark asks, are there any published 3D animations that look indistinguishable as 2D? You can always make a 3D look 2D. Okay? Because it's a lossy information system there.
And
You
it's
lose
appearing
yeah.
in
Yeah. It's appearing in 2D anyway. So you can always make 3D animation look 2D. So that's really not an issue. In fact, most of the 2D animation that's done today is originally done as 3D models that are then compressed down, basically with the Z-axis removed. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's doable. The question is, do people want to do it that way? That's more the question than anything else. Darkblade says, if anyone should say that the Exodus was in the 13th century BC, let him be anathema. First Council of Akron in Pennsylvania. Well, that's about it, yeah.
keep in mind
Yep, I saw it.
your question. So,
I'll take that one as soon as I come up to the next non-super chat here.
I don't need to answer.
Yeah. I'll keep one in mind. Cereal Bowl adds here, Irenaeus has thought Jesus dying at 40 plus was apostolic tradition. I don't think Irenaeus is a reliable source for apostolic tradition. All the apostolic fathers have historical issues. Okay? This is not unique to Irenaeus. This is why we don't consider them infallible. This is why the church fathers, as much as they Darkblade asks where. I've read that too. I've read it too. I've read that in Irenaeus as well. So I think Cereal Bull's right here. And that's because it's the elder age. Okay. At 40 plus, you're considered an elder, but you're not old enough to be no longer of use. So you're below forced retirement, which is 50, but basically you're still an elder. So that was not an uncommon view among apostolic tradition. But this is one of the problems we have with the church fathers, is we can't use them as an infallible source because they do either contradict each other or make historical mistakes. There are issues with the church fathers, even some of the early ones. Like there are errors in Papias, and he's really early. So I think it's one of those things that we just have to be careful with the church fathers. The church fathers are a great source of tradition. They're a great source of, say, what people believed in the first few centuries of the church. They're a good source of how people in the Roman period had exegeted the scriptures. But they aren't always right. They aren't always right. There are issues with them, with all of them, and they do contradict each other frequently. That's why they're not considered infallible and they're not canon. Like, for example, they'll all contradict themselves on who was the king, Pharaoh of the Exodus. All of them. You know, some of them will say Tutmosis the Fourth. Some of them will say Akhenaten. Some of them will say Akhmosis the First. Some of them will say Amenhotep the Second. They're all over the map on this. And if they're all over the map on something, they can't be infallible on that issue. That's not the way infallibility works. Dude, the Orthobros say they're infallible. The Orthobros are idiots. They are idiots. Cerebral says, Against Heresies, Book 2, Chapter 22. Yeah, I'd read it before, too. No, I mean, I've met some Orthobros who don't know their own church teachings. They don't know their own theology, but they're zealous new converts, or they're converts that don't read. They don't understand the wide tent that is orthodoxy, and they just start going on these tirades, these assertion tirades, like they're like petulant children. They are really insufferable. And they do the faith incredible harm. Warrior the Most High, 500 React vids incoming. Yeah, and I won't respond to a single one of them. Because they're bozos. And they act like bozos. I'll say this. If they really wanted to show how well they know their faith, put in 20 years. After they do 20 years of solid reading on the Church Fathers, hundreds of volumes, okay, then come back to me. Come back to me after you've done the reading. It's like these guys who claim to be...
Going to make a statement, give the supporting.
Yeah, it's like these guys who claim to be Calvinists and never read Calvin. Or claim to be Arminians and never read Arminius. You know, there should be sort of a barrier to entry. Oh, you haven't read Calvin? You can't claim you're a Calvinist. You're an orthobro? Well, have you read the at least 100 of the 500 volumes of Church Fathers? No? Go back and continue reading.
Oh, because we have.
Yeah, we've done the reading.
We've read Calvin. We've read 100 books of the...
Yeah, we've read Calvin.
The early Church Fathers.
We have read the early Church Fathers.
Oh, I like that.
Bozo the Clan or Bozo the Apologist?
No, Milo's. Some people really are the highest of the...
Milo says, some people really are the highest hump on the tallest camel. Yeah, well. Merv Monson says, I've noticed orthobros usually like the later Church Fathers from the 3rd and 4th centuries too. I find a lot of them prefer the 5th to 7th centuries. You know, when you start getting into that period where icons become sort of really fashionable. And you don't get that until the 5th century, so. Darkblade, quote, see, I'm right when I say the Church Fathers had this view. AI says so, now kiss their feet. End quote. Yeah, we had one orthobro go off on that. He was the idiot of idiots, but even idiots need a king. All right, let's move on. Harry Stark asks, what is the Synagogue of Satan? Is it the local synagogue down the street part of the Synagogue of Satan? No, not necessarily. Okay. When it talks about Synagogue of Satan, it talks about those who have conspired against Christ. That's what it means. Okay? Satan meaning the adversary. Okay? So when you talk about the Synagogue of Satan, it's not talking about every Jewish congregation. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about a certain subset within, say, Judaism that would persecute Christ given the opportunity once again. That's what it's talking about. Those who persecute the church, who take that active role in doing this. Your average synagogue down the street doesn't care. You know, they're not, you know, they might think that Christians are the persecutors, but most of them will not go out of their way to persecute Christians. Okay? There were, though, back in the 1st century, definitely people and synagogues who did go out of their way to persecute Christians. Now, persecution was a two-way street. But back in the early days of Christianity, there were a lot of Jewish synagogues that, when they heard the message of Christ, went out of their way to kill Christians. That's as much of a case, that's as much as a truth as, say, the reciprocal. So when the text talks about the Synagogue of Satan, it's those who would seek out Christians to persecute them. That's what it's talking about. All for religious reasons. So this could be any religious system that seeks to persecute Christians. So while it's using the language of the day to communicate that, this doesn't necessarily have to be Judaism. This could be Islam. Boy, there's a lot of Islam out there that does kill Christians. A lot of it. This could be Hinduism. Find that too. So the synagogue of Satan can be any religious system that goes out of its way to persecute and kill Christians, just for the message of Christ. So it's not the synagogue down the street necessarily. In fact, it's most likely not them anymore. But it is another religious system, that's seeking to persecute. That's what it is. Serial Bull asks, was Akhenaten a monotheist, a henotheist, or something else? Something else. He was what we'd call a monolatrous pantheist. Okay? Monolatry, any religious system can have monolatry. Monotheism is by definition monolatrous. That means monolatrous means you worship only one. Okay? So monotheism is obviously monolatrous. Okay? Henotheism is also monolatrous, but instead it's a monolatrous polytheism. So henotheism is there are many gods, but you worship only one. So henotheism is actually monolatrous polytheism. Okay? So if you get a polytheistic system and it happens to be monolatrous, that is henotheism. Okay? But you can also have monolatrous pantheism. And here's what monolatrous pantheism is. Everything is Aten. Everything is part of the pantheism. Everything is God. But you only worship that. That's what monolatrous pantheism is. And Akhenaten was a monolatrous pantheist. He believed all was Aten. You are Aten. I am Aten. Yeah, I am Aten. This world is Aten. The stars are Aten. Other gods are Aten. All is Aten. You can just sum it up with all is Aten. That's Akhenaten's theology in a nutshell. But you worship the Aten. Or the Most High says it sounds like some form of Hinduism. Well, there is a lot of pantheism in Hinduism. Hinduism is both pantheistic and panentheist. Okay? So it's both. You also have some polytheism in Hinduism. So there's a lot of pantheistic undercurrents in Hinduism. It also, you get pantheistic systems where God is not transcendent. So if the God of, say, tends to be immanent, that collapses into pantheism. Where God is transcendent, it tends to collapse into monotheism. So, there is a lot out there that is sort of disguised as monotheistic that's really pantheistic. So again, you got to be really kind of careful about this. So it does Atomism is more similar to Hinduism in its pantheistic aspects than it is, say, closer to, say, Judaism, such. So I wish people would stop claiming that Atomism was monotheistic, because it's really not. But we do have a lot of Egyptologists that still claim it's monotheistic, especially of the evangelical persuasion. So, Harry Stark asks, does David delete caches on his web browser? If yes, how? I don't. Not normally. Unless I'm really, really short of space for some reason. I don't normally empty my cache. I set it to automatic purge and just leave it at that. Andrew Graham goes, is that because there was one central god? In the case of Atonism, there was one central god, but everything was a manifestation of that god. The highest creation of that god was the king. The other gods were... He was the guy that was promoting it. So, well, the king... There was a theology in Atonism where the king was the son of the god. So, as the son of God, he is a god himself. So, there was that belief that as son of a god, he is a god himself, and because he's a god himself, he can he is he's the next highest manifestation of the Aten. The little gods come next. The minor deities are after. They're also manifestations of the Aten. Like Anubis. He's a manifestation of the Aten. Darkblade goes, slaves are Aten, Set and Horus are both Aten, animal dung is Aten. Wait, what? Yeah. Yep. That's pantheism for you. Yeah.
You're essentially saying you work.
A lot of pantheism is self-worship. Yeah. Harry Stark goes, does David mean we should use exposition dumps of information in fiction? No, he doesn't. I try to avoid exposition dumps. Info dumping is not good fiction. I try to give people as little as they need to get into the world. You should only give people enough information on your fiction to get them introduced to your world. And here's the critical thing. People are fine with an absence of information. They're fine with that. So you don't give them too much. You just give them enough to orient themselves. And then, as the book progresses, you weave it in. You weave the information naturally into the text.
People want the story.
Yeah.
You info dump at the beginning, you're like, oh, well, then I can skip to this.
Yeah. People want to explore your world. And it's cool that they want. Mama says, info dumping is only fun when your audience consents. Yeah. It is. Here's one of the things. I mean, I don't info dump, but what I will do is a little short one here near the beginning here so I don't give away too much. Okay. I will do these epilogues. I put a lot of the info, basically background information of my world in these epilogues. Now, here's the thing. Something like 60% of people don't read epilogues. Okay? They ignore it. Okay? So, here's what I do. If I want to give them extra information about my world, put it in an epilogue. And that way, it's a reward for those who do read it. And if people don't read it, it doesn't affect the story either. Mama goes, what? Yeah, 60% of people do not read those epilogues. They just don't read them. Mile Mortimer, people don't read epilogues? Oh, yeah. As a rule, they don't read epilogues.
You know, this is
Only the most devoted readers read the epilogues.
everybody that fucking said idea just
Mama goes, why wouldn't people read those? They don't think it's rewarding. They think it's an info dump, and sometimes it is an info dump.
and a lot of authors don't.
And a lot, yeah. And as Mrs. Producer say, a lot of authors don't put time and effort into them.
So they
I put humorous stuff in them. I think I love doing the epilogues because epilogues, you can put some crazy stuff in there. I love putting like really sort of some of the really sort of crazy like the one of my favorite epilogues was the side effects warning for Instacaf. The side effects warning for Instacaf is priceless. And I got that idea off of the FDA warnings that they put on the side of pharmaceuticals. Mile Mortimer says, that's part of the book, though. It is. But as a rule, people don't read it. Deduce said, epilogues are like the mid-credits scene in a movie. Yes, yeah, sometimes that they read like that. Mama says, in Doc's case, they're unmissable. I hope so. I hope so. I try to give him a reward for it. Mama says, yours are sometimes funny, sometimes informative, but always story-driven, and that's what I try to do. I try to make it very story-driven. Well, I have encountered people who have, you know, not put the effort into the epilogues. And it doesn't give you a lot. Like, I read a novel recently that was heavy on epilogues, and I'm okay with that. But when I read them, it was like, well, did you try here? I mean, does this have anything to do with the story? Does this... And you gotta kind of go, okay, yeah, I can see where some readers might skip this. Mama says, the Instacaf was great. So was the soy food one. Oh, yeah. the gelatinous protein one. Yeah, when you start hitting the ones from the transgenic species ones, that's gonna get interesting again too. Okay. Bubble Trouble says, granted, it helps how the person gives me verbal info. If you write it all down in all that info in huge blocks of paragraphs, I have a lot of trouble reading it for some reason. Everybody does.
Well,
Everyone has trouble with that.
That's one of the core things you have to think out before you start writing is, how is this information?
Yeah.
I mean, book one, Pierre goes into the center before he flies away, and it's a job to give him that.
Yeah.
That's
yeah. Milo Mortimer says, I love epilogues that feel like I'm reading a manual. Well, what I liked, one of the things that I used frequently is, do I have it here? CIA Guide. Where was this? Like, a lot of these epilogues are based upon real books that exist. Like I got one entity here for the Sotheby's catalog. But there is, what was it called? Got Zen and the Art of mechanical maintenance. If you were ever aware of the what's called the Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Repair, you'd get the reference. There's one epilogue here that I've used repeatedly, which is the Central Intelligence Agency, the Exoplanet Fact Book. That's based on a real book called the Central Intelligence Agency, the World Fact Book. And that's a real book that's produced by the CIA that tells you demographic information about every country in the world. Okay? It'll give you demographics, religion, geography. I mean, it is the definitive guide for every country in the world as far as intelligence goes. And they make this public. There's another one I reference, which is Jane's. Jane's Guide to Starships and Space Stations. Well, there's a real Jane's out there. It's a real Jane's that does stuff such as specs for military craft. They do tanks and airplanes and battleships of every class. They'll even do specs on, say, missiles. Jane's is they do all sorts of military hardware. They're a specialist in military hardware. Yeah. Andrew Graham goes, Jane's does aircraft books. They do a lot more than that. They'll do like battleships and frigates and all that too. Yeah. They're the source on, say, military hardware intelligence. So, at least the declassified stuff. So, a lot of my epilogues are based on real books that exist. Real things that exist that just have been tweaked for this particular universe. So there's all that sort of information in our epilogues. And then we just sort of, again, just tweak it slightly. Things that you'd find in real life, we bring to this. Oh, yeah. Yes. It is a way of rewarding the reader, too, though. Okay? We did this when we went to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I read all the signs because I'm a reader. And there's this one sign for sardines at the Monterey Bay giant huge aquarium, but this little sign on sardines. And it says native habitat in cans in oil. I said, honey, you had to read this. You have to read this. It was hilarious. But most people just passed it by. Most people passed by the little sign without ever reading it. So we want to make sure that our epilogues in our books reward the reader. We don't want to info dump on them. We want to make sure it's something that they will at least either get a good laugh at or give them some interesting background information in the world. Bubble Trouble goes, that is a stroke of comedic genius. Oh yeah, it was so good. It's so funny. Mama says, it shows. The first time I read the book, I thought the header quotes were real. And then I began to realize some were real, some you had written. Eventually, I realized you had written them all. There is only one that I took a quote of that was not written for me. It was a partial quote, and that was actually on the European Space Agency Charter. That is part of that epilogue is actually a real quote from the European Space Agency. Yes, there is a real European Space Agency. It does exist. It does send people in space from the Cagliari spaceport, which is a real place. And they did have a manifest. They have a charter.
And the one thing people are absolutely convinced they wrote from scratch is the one that's
yeah, it's the one that people are absolutely convinced that I wrote from scratch is real. Absolutely. Good times. Good times. All right. Moving on here. Next one here from Rich Adam for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. With all the complaints and rebellion by Israel in the Book of Numbers, oh boy, would have other ancient Near Eastern gods reject and abandon Israel in the wilderness? Probably not. Well, other ancient Near Eastern gods just are captives. A lot of them are captives in idols. So you have to kind of understand that Semitic idolatry was more akin to extortion than actual worship. The way idolatry worked in the Levant, well, mostly extortion. You hold a god hostage in an idol, and you keep him there until he does your bidding. That's kind of how idolatry worked in the Levant. It wasn't quite the same as, say, idolatry in Egypt, where in Egypt, idols were sort of the hands and the ears and the eyes of the gods. In Levant, it was more like you're holding them hostage. So, it's a very different sort of mindset as far as, say, the ancient Near Eastern gods of, say, the Levant go. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it is a very, very Andrew Graham trapping God. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But a lot of people believe that. A lot of people in the ancient world believe that. Funny how things change. Yeah.
you do this, God is
Oh yeah, you got the Gabbit and Grabbit guys. You know, the positive confession movement. The those guys think you can blackmail God by doing the right things, by having enough faith. You can force God to give you stuff. How is that any different than the idolatry of the Levant? There is no difference, in practically speaking, between trapping a god in an idol to get what you want and manipulating faith to get what you want. To force God to give you what you want. It's the same thing. And this is why you're not to take the Lord's name in vain. It's a direct violation of that commandment. Mile Mortimer goes, what in the world is happening on this earth? Yeah, you know what? Let me know when you find out. Okay? Let me know when you find out. Yeah, mankind doesn't change. It stays the same. That's one thing you learn from history, is that mankind is sinful and remains sinful and repeats the same patterns of sin. over and over again. All right, next question here is from Chow Yi. Should AI be considered an attempt to usurp God's role as the creator of life and therefore blasphemy? No. I bet there are people who basically worship AI like a false idol, like a false god. There's people who do that. That's idolatry, but that's not necessarily the AI doing that. AI cannot create life. To our knowledge, nothing can create life yet. So,
and even with all the mechanics involved,
yeah,
nothing can create.
Yeah.
How far back God went with this material? That's an open question.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
All humanity can ever do is play with the stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't know how far back God created life. And we don't even know if God created life exclusively on this world. I mean, I tend to be of the belief that God created life on many worlds. Why wouldn't he? He's a God that loves to create. God loves to create. He loves to create life because he likes having a relationship with many different beings. He wants a proliferation of relationship because he's that kind of God. He doesn't want just one set of relationships. He wants dozens of sets of relationships. That's why he made angels, to have relationship with them. That's why he created animals, to have relationship with them. God is a God that proliferates life and relationships. So I can see God easily creating life on dozens of worlds, thousands of worlds. I mean, we're talking a universe here with billions of galaxies, with billions of stars, with billions of planets. It's just like, you're telling me none of them have life?
They just told their prophets, don't go near Earth.
he told the aliens, don't go near Earth. Don't go near Earth. They're stupid and dangerous. Yeah. So, there might be a lot more life out there. And there's nothing saying that we can't, as humans, make things that seem alive or feel alive or perceive themselves as alive. But if we do that sort of thing, we're responsible. We're responsible then as the creator of life. So, should we accidentally create artificial life, we then become responsible for it. As God has a sort of responsibility for us. Now, we ultimately owe God, but there is that God has looked out for us. He is responsible to judge us. If we misbehave, God judges. If our AIs misbehave, we have to judge. So,
like when they hallucinate and just outright lie.
So our AIs are a responsibility if they become a life, if they become a form of artificial life, we are responsible for them. But that's not blasphemy. That's doing what God, that's image of God stuff. Behaving as God would have, he created us to be creative beings. That's part of being human. Being human is being creative. God is a creative God. He created us, and we're creative beings. If we create, that we do. Merv Monson says, but the AI would never have a soul or conscience. Why not? Why not? I mean, look, here's the thing. if the barrier for there to be a soul is actually really low, if we get right down to it. Here's the thing: if an animal, let's take the artificial thing out of it for a moment. Okay, let's take the artificial portion of this out of it. Let's say we have an animal. Let's say we have a puppy. Okay, and a puppy starts to do moral reasoning. He knows when he's being naughty. He knows when he's being nice. He wants to be a good puppy. He likes being a good puppy. Okay? If an animal can have that moral reasoning between right and wrong, then it has something in it that is worth preservation. Okay? So, Andrew Grabe goes, puppies do know that. Yeah, they do.
Right,
well, bunnies.
Yeah. But cats are better known for that. Look right at you, take your paw.
Yeah,
And
cats.
Call your glass.
Yeah, cats will do nasty things just to be nasty. Okay, but let's take examples of animals that know there should be good. And like, for example, I mean, we had this all the time with Merneith. She would sneak up on the couch when she wasn't supposed to. As soon as you look at her, she knows she's not supposed to, turns around and goes right back.
And the minute your head turns, she'll hop right back up.
Yeah, a moment you're not looking, she'll hop right back up.
She can get away with it.
Because she can get away with it. So, at that point, they have a conscience. Once you have moral reasoning, they have a conscience, and they have something worth preserving. If they have something worth preserving, that's the next best thing to a soul. That might as well be a soul at that point. Because if God preserves that image, then it's a soul. All it takes is God stepping in and preserving it for it to have a soul. Even if it doesn't have, say, a dualism, a mind, a spirit-body dualism, just by having that moral reasoning and God preserving it, it then has a soul. So, the fact it has no heart is irrelevant. If someone has a mechanical heart put in,
People don't biological.
I mean, if someone has to have a mechanical heart replaced, you can't do that long term. But there have been people who've been put on mechanical hearts. Are they without a soul now because they have no heart? No. No. It's not the physical heart that determines the soul. It's their reasoning and their conscience that determines whether or not there's something there worth preserving. And as I said, if it's worth something worth preserving, it might still have a soul.
So the answer is it's...
Well, Just Janice says yes, but they are living beings. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, a living being is just a biological machine. It's a biological machine. We're all biological machines. I'm a biological machine. My bunny is a biological machine. If I have moral reasoning, if a machine has moral reasoning, they both have both me and the machine has something worth preserving. So the whole living thing is almost irrelevant. It's almost irrelevant. And even then, there could be a soul if you've got a mind that is, say, in a quantum entangled state.
You're stating that the red dwarf...
Red dwarf poster heaven is real. It could be. Could be. I mean, if you've got, say, for example, like for example, the brain. The brain is a biological machine in a quantum state. When you die, that quantum state collapses. Where does that go? Well, if you're a materialist, you say it goes nowhere. If you're a dualist, you say that's the soul. That soul becomes released through the collapse of the quantum state. You can have a machine, an artificial life, that has a mind in a quantum state just as easily. We have quantum computers already. Yeah, being a living being does not give you anything special. Of course, God has made us special through the Imago Dei. But that Imago Dei is for his image to be reflected onto the world. It's not our moral reasoning as such. We are meat pup robots. Yeah, we are in a sense. Mama says, new heavens, new earth, new body, not a new soul. And I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. But again, what is the soul itself? Is it something that emerges with the body? Is it something that, I happen to believe in emergent dualism, that the body generates the soul as a side effect of the quantum state of the brain. That same sort of theory could be applied to machines as well. Just Janice says, it's my opinion about AI, it's not everyone's. Yeah, okay. You're entitled to your opinion. We won't try to convince you otherwise here, but it's just one of those things that it could be applied both ways. All the reasoning you've applied here could be also applied to AI. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine. There are people here who are basically biological essentialists. That people, there are people out there that say there's something special about biology and the brain that prevent any other consideration that could have a soul. There are people out there that argue this. Smart people that argue this. So you're not alone here. Janice, other people will argue this as well. So, biological essentialist. Mama asks the question, what is the difference between soul and spirit? And I'm just going to take a short break here and I'll be right back. Take that question next. Okay. And we're also, at this point, we also have, let's see it here. PA888 also asks for a sponsored question for $20. Thank you very much for that super chat. So he says, I would like to sponsor a question, your choice. We're going to pick Mama's here because I think it's a good question. So what is the difference between soul and spirit. This depends on what side of the bed I get out of. I'm going to be very, very honest. There does not seem to be a large difference, if any at all, between soul and spirit. Okay? Now, this is what's sometimes called the bipartite versus tripartite debate. Okay? In the bipartite debate side of this, there is the argument is there's really no difference between a soul and spirit. They're both spirits. They're both souls. So you have a body and you have a soul. That's the two. Then there's the tripartite debate that says there's three parts. Essentially, one body and two spirits. Okay? Now, this is where things get dicey. Okay? Because critics of this tripartite position are correct that there, at a fundamental level, there really isn't much difference between a soul and spirit. Very little difference. However, this is the big however. There does seem to be two spirits in a person. Now, neurosurgeons have done this experiment many, many times in epileptics. Okay? And what happens is, to prevent seizures, what they sometimes do, they will cut the cerebral cortex in half. They'll go right down the middle of the cerebral cortex, dividing both halves of the brain. So the guy's still alive, but both halves of the brain no longer communicate with each other. And this has led to some very odd effects. You get a guy that he will see, like, for example, he will see an apple with one side of brain, and he'll know it's, closes one eye and says, they'll show him an apple. And he goes, oh, that's an apple. Close the other guy. He can't name it. And he says, okay, pick up the apple. And he picks it up with the opposite hand. He cannot name it. He cannot form the word. But he can pick it up. He tactilely knows which one's the apple. Two different thought processes happening in different hemispheres of the brain. This is the communal theory of intelligence. It is the idea that you cannot become intelligent outside of community. And that community also occurs within the person. So you are intelligent not because you have one brain that thinks, but because you have two brains that communicate and pass ideas between each other. This is one of the reasons why, for example, in, say, people who grow up who are basically isolated from community. Let's say they're feral children. They're not exposed to other human beings growing up. They're raised by wolves, for example. Those people not only don't have social skills, their actual intelligence is diminished. And it's not just that they're not socialized, it's their actual intelligence has decreased through lack of communal interaction. So So we see this, like, for example, and this is the one thing that really prevents me from going for the bipartite position, is there does seem to be a communal aspect to soul and spirit. The one person is the three. Okay? The person isn't the soul, the person isn't the spirit, the person isn't the body. The person is body, spirit, and soul. The three are one. Now, when we die, we shed off the body, and our soul and spirit are what goes to heaven, but we're not complete without the body. Which is,
body is because
yeah.
after.
Yeah. It's through the resurrection, through Christ, that we get a new body. And that's what restores us to wholeness. It's not quite a Trinity, but it is close. Yeah, that Trinity comparison is apt. But it's not quite a Trinity, but there is a closeness there. So yeah, there's some real sort of things that go on there. Andrew Graham goes, is there a difference between a mind and a brain? Think of the mind more or less as that unity of soul and spirit. That's probably the best way to put it. It's the united soul and spirit. That's your mind. But yeah, they've done this surgery so many times that it's now just more or less accepted that your two hemispheres are operating independently, but in cooperation. So, yeah, you got two spirits. You got two spirits, and they think differently. One thinks along the terms of language, of cognition on higher levels. Other one is artistic and tactile and sensing.
Higher level.
Bubble Trouble goes, brains are crazy, man. This is why brain surgery is such a high stakes operation. Yeah, it is. Oh, totally. Yeah, you mess with anything in the brain wrong, you've created a world of hurt.
There's a reason brain surgeons thought
Yeah.
they really do the whole thing.
Well, Milo Mortimer says, Monitor Lizard's got all three. I just know it. Yeah, they kind of do, don't they? But here's the thing. It's one of those things it's a side effect of having a bilateral symmetry. Most organisms on Earth that are higher organisms, we're not talking about radial symmetry. There are animals out there that have radial symmetry. Okay, radial symmetry is when you got a symmetry that goes around a radius. Okay, a starfish has radial symmetry. A jellyfish has radial symmetry. Sand dollars have radial symmetry, but they're not high-level organisms, highly advanced organisms. Advanced organisms tend to have bilateral symmetry. That means we are mirror images down a symmetrical center. We have two hands. That's bilateral symmetry. We've got two eyes, two nostrils, two ears. That's bilateral symmetry. Organisms that have bilateral symmetry also tend to have two hemispheres of the brain. So this is something, this manifestation of soul and spirit is something that potentially any advanced organism could have. Bunnies would have it, dogs would have it, cats would have it, mice would have it. Any sort of, lizards have it. They have a two-lobe, bilaterally symmetrical brain. Now, how that brain specializes is an individual thing. Like, for example, cats are very specialized in problem solving. Their brains tend to have a lot of folds in it. The more folds, the more problem solving ability. The so-called smooth brains, they tend to be more social. Rabbits have high social intelligence. It's used as an nuisance. Yeah. Andrew Graham, Komodo dragons. Yeah. Komodo dragons have a bilateral symmetric brain. Dude's a dude. The octopus has entered the chat. I don't know about the biology of octopus brains, but they are bilaterally symmetrical animals. Let's take a quick look at octopus brains, because that is actually... How many of us are Googling octopus brain right now?
Nine brain?
They have arm brains.
Yeah.
But what about the main brain? That does not seem to be bilaterally symmetrical, but...
No, the central brain.
Yeah, they're their own thing. They're weird. Yeah, I see the brain. It does look like a donut, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a ring-shaped brain. That's weird.
That's why they're so scary.
Yeah, that's probably why they're so scary, too. I agree with you on that one. So, yeah, that's crazy. Very crazy. Merv Monson says, brain doesn't have any pain receptors either. It's very strange. Yeah, it is. That's why they can do brain surgery without anesthetic. So yeah. Is there a difference between soul and spirit? There might be. There possibly is, but it's hard to tell what it is exactly the difference. So anyway, Mama, I hope that helped. Thank you for that really interesting and provocative question. Milo adds here, let's see, another question, follow-up question here. Considering that monitors and mosasaurs are basically sister taxa, do you think mosasaurs would have been intelligent in the same way? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Reptile brains have bilateral symmetry. They're double hemisphered brains. So yeah, absolutely, mosasaurs would have been in that category. Now they don't have big brains, but they did have say, from what we can tell, dual hemisphered brains. So modern reptiles do. So let's move on to the next one here. Anna Graham, I've heard the separation of mind and brain is a theory. It is a theory. There are people who hold to it. I tend to think that the mind is a function of the brain. I don't hold to substance dualism per se. At least not in the respect that just because it's a brain, I'm not say a what's called a creationist or a transducionist. These are two technical terms that are often done with the... What we mean here by creationist, it does not mean young earth creationist. It means that when a person is conceived, God gives it a soul. That's what it means. A traducianist means you get your soul from your parents. Basically, when mommy and daddy have mommy and daddy time, and the egg is fertilized, piece of their soul, daddy's soul, and piece of mommy's soul come together and give baby soul. That's the transducionist position. IVF has pretty much destroyed the transducionist position.
You sure? Cheryl was produced, or
This producer says, am I sure those kids aren't soulless?
that was a huge when IVF.
Oh yeah, that was a huge concern when IVF first came out.
I mean,
is that the children born as test tube babies would have no soul.
Yeah. That was
No, they were just all born ginger.
I don't.
Yeah, but IVF essentially destroyed the transducionist position. It ceased being a viable position because, frankly, we're like 50 years, 50, 60 years after the first test tube babies, and yeah, we pretty much know. Mama says, or with aqua or blue eyes. Yeah, well, that's a whole nother matter. So, now, while there's people who still hold to the creationist position of the soul, I think there are other better views of it now. I take the emergent dualism position, that as the brain develops, so does the soul mature. So the mind is, and the soul is the side effect of biological manifold machines producing an uncollapsed quantum state. So that's what I basically hold to as the origin of the soul. It's a side effect of the brain. Okay, let's move on to the next super chat here. From Rich Adam for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How long was the journey from Mount Sinai to Paran? I think Numbers should have been a short book if only the first generation would have obeyed. Yeah, it would have been very short. The journey from Mount Sinai to Paran is only about 3 or 4 days. Okay? If you had a single... If you were a small caravan, you can make Mount Sinai to Paran in under 5 days. Under 5 days. So, yeah, it's absolutely true that if they had obeyed God, Numbers would be really short, really, really short. It would be. I mean, yeah, they did spend a few months, several months in the Western Sinai and at Mount Sinai itself. But after that, it could have been really short if they obeyed. It's like, we've arrived, let's go in. All right, moving on. So anyway, I hope that helps. Yeah, because it's only about 5 days. That's all it is. You have caravans crossing the Sinai in 7 days. So it's actually not a huge area. Especially if you're making 17, 18 miles a day. If you're making 17, 18 miles a day, you can cross it in about 7 days. Now, that said, it is still a big piece of territory. Which is why no one has excavated the Sinai either. Yes, you can cross it in relatively short time, Searching, it's a whole nother matter. Harry Start asks, do most denominations who have female pastors, priests become theologically liberal? Yes. Most of them do. Why? It does seem to coincide. And again, I think a lot of it comes from the fact that if you are sort of rejecting God's order to begin with, you're going to reject other things too, like biblical authority, the essential doctrines of the faith, like the resurrection, like the virgin birth, like the sinless atonement, the incarnation. So it does seem to go hand in glove where denominations that ordain female pastors do. It's usually they're already theologically liberal when they do it. So I think it's not that they become theologically liberal, they're already theologically liberal, and then they're just ordaining women pastors and priests. So I think it's
a side effect.
Yeah, it's a symptom, not a cause. Andrew Graham, would you leave a church if there was a woman pastor? I would be very suspect. But I've left a lot of churches that were run by male pastors too, okay? So just because there's a woman pastor, I would probably leave a church before it gets to that point. If it's already theologically liberal, I would have already probably left it. So, if they're at that point where they're ordaining a woman pastor, again, where those exceptions I mentioned earlier do not apply, then that church has got more serious problems than just the symptom of a female pastor. And I would have probably left long before that point. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And that was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
She was.
Yeah.
And she says, "It's me."
Yeah. Oh, we ran into an issue in Toronto where we had a missionary come to our church, and she was a pastor of several churches in South Africa. And what happened was, when she arrived, there were several male pastors. But the situation got such where all the male pastors left, and she was the last person standing. She was the last Bible teacher that remained. So, she was stuck between a hard rock and a hard place. Because, she was the only one competent to teach, but yet she was too conservative to want to be the pastor. So, in that particular case, she had to choose between the less ideal of being the pastor or letting her congregation just dissolve. So she became the pastor. And, she was torn by this, but, there wasn't a choice. And in those situations, yeah, that sometimes you have to make do that way. So I wouldn't automatically leave because a woman was a pastor, but it would depend a lot on the reasons why they have a pastor. I mean, is it a pastor because there's no male pastors anywhere that are willing to take the role? Or is it the fact that there are male pastors out there and the church just chose a woman because of theological concerns? There's going to be a difference in both. Harry Stark asks, how accurate is Eusebius in his history? I'd say Midlands. He gets some things wrong, but he gets a lot right too. So, take don't take Eusebius as gospel, but he's still a historical source. Louis Sandoval, in your opinion, why don't you like Simon the Magician? Simon Magnus was a dirtbag. Simon Magnus was a guy who tried to sell miracles. That was his thing. So he came up to the apostles, and he asked for the power of the Holy Spirit to do what the apostles did so he could sell it for money. This is where we get the term simony from. Basically using the Holy Spirit for profit. So that's why I don't like him. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Using God.
Yeah, it's using God for money. That's all it is. All right, Mama, have a good night. We see you're calling it in, so Family League's calling it a night. So good to see you here, and look forward to seeing you on the Discord.
But back on women and Mama's like the judge, only because of the
Yeah, Mama says here, like Deborah as a judge, good judge, but only because good male leaders weren't getting it done. Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly what's going on. So, Louis Sandoval asks, how religious were ancient Israelites before being scattered to Assyria and Babylon? Oh, they were incredibly religious. There's no God they didn't like. Ancient Israelites, they were very religious. They loved Baal. They worshipped the sun god Re. They worshipped Mut and Yam. They worshipped Resheph.
If they had heard of it, they worshipped it.
If they had heard of it, they worshipped it. They were incredibly religious. There's a God for every occasion.
And they believed God lived locally. So when they went traveling, they find a new God.
Yeah.
Worship it. Back to worshiping their
They worship the Babylonian gods Shemesh and Astarte and Ishtar. Oh yeah. The ancient Israelites, they loved religion. So religious. God for every occasion. That was the problem. Yeah, Marvon says, just look at who they worshipped in El Fatini. Yeah, they worship Balat. Yeah, at El Fatini, they just took their dirty Baal worship with them. That's all they did. Yeah, they also worshipped Yahweh at El Fatini, but they worshipped Baal and Balat too. E. All right, let's move on here. We're getting close to the end of the night here, so.
And he go with him. Read for.
He asked that already, didn't he? Yes, he did. 12-8. Yeah, he's asked that question twice. Golden Win, your question's going to be disqualified because you asked that at 12:08 too.
Yeah, if you
I would have loved to answer that question, but I'm not going to answer a question that's been disqualified. All right, Cereal Bowl asks, who do you think the younger lady from KV35 is, and why is her mouth the way it is? The way her mouth is because of post-mortem constriction. This happens often with corpses. In fact, in modern say funerary custom, they actually sew the mouth shut. And there's a way that they do that at mortuaries, which I will not describe on the channel. Okay? I could describe it, but I won't. But in during the mummification process, sometimes the muscles on the jaw will contract and it causes the mouth to open. Very common, happens all the time, happens in mummies. It even happens, in modern funerary treatments where the jaw's not sewn shut. Okay? So it is a thing. It happens to a lot of corpses, not just hers. And it's not a sign that she died a horrible death. It just happens in the post-mortem state, in the rigor mortis state. So, so now the identity of the younger lady does appear that she does appear to be the mother of Tutankhamun. Okay, that's who she appears to be. We don't have a name for her. We don't know what her name is, but genetic tests have shown that she is the mother of King Tut. So that much we know, but we know very little else about her other than that. So Anagram, do you believe in multiple Jesus? Well, there's one Jesus Christ, but there are many Jesuses. There are, first of all, Jesus was a very common name in ancient Israel. As I said earlier, that Josephus had mentions 24 of them in his histories. You also got the false Jesuses as well. People who pretended to be Christ, and they're still running around the landscape today. So, I put my trust in Jesus Christ. But there are also many others as well. Cereal Bowl asks, what is gopher wood? We have no idea. We have no idea what gopher wood is. It's not described. There have been people who have made speculated guesses. Like a lot of creationists used to say, it's wood without tree rings because there was no rain and no seasons back before the flood. There's no evidence for that. We just don't know what it is. And there's nothing in the comparative ancient Near Eastern material that tells us, unfortunately. Gophers. Are they related to the sound foxes?
Yep.
Gophers and sound foxes, huh? Mama asks, how are the bunny and shrimp? The bunny is recovering from an eye infection. She's getting old. She's an old bunny. And she's 12 now, so she's getting on in years. The shrimp are doing fine. They're kind of thriving. We're looking forward to the point where we start getting little baby shrimp, but we haven't gotten any yet. So we're hopeful. Deduce a dude. Why is the suicidal rate in seminaries higher than average? Two reasons. Two reasons in particular. One, the work at seminary is incredibly difficult. Okay? It's incredibly difficult. It's really stressful, really demanding. It's hard on seminarians. It's really hard on seminarians. Divorce rate's real high too. 50% of seminarians get divorced right after, like within the first 2 or 3 years after seminary. Really hard on seminarians. Okay? The other reason is a lot of them lose their faith at seminary. A lot of them. Because a lot of them get detached. They start seeing the Bible as a subject of study rather than using their studies as a form of worship. You see, I avoided a lot of the pitfalls of seminary because I viewed seminary, all my work at seminary, as a form of worship. Every little exercise I did at seminary was a form of worship. That's how I sidestepped the common traps of seminary. So, so it's one of those things where suicide is very common among seminarians, again, because they're isolated. They've become detached from the Bible and from God as a...
The Bible becomes a source of...
Yeah.
Instead of a...
Yeah. The Bible becomes a source of stress instead of a source of blessing. And again, a lot of them lose their faith in seminary. An absolute lot of them. Like something like 30, 40%. So, yeah, it's hard. Seminary is hard on seminarians. And a lot of people enter seminary thinking that it's going to shore up their weak faith, and seminary won't do that. Seminary will test your faith, but it won't build your faith. And I think that's a problem that people don't know when they go into seminary is seminary will test it. Test your faith. It will not build it up. You know, you got to go elsewhere for that. And a lot of seminarians don't have that wisdom. Don't have that life experience to know that. This is why a lot of seminarians, the ones that do really well overall at seminary, tend to be on the older side. The unfortunate thing is that most of the people entering seminary are on the younger side. So it's sort of a catch-22 here where the older ones do very well because they've had that life experience. They've gone through the corporate world. They've had that already baptism by fire with real life. Whereas a lot of the younger ones, the ones that are, say, 24 or younger, you know, they're entering seminary with expectations that their shaky faith is going to be built up, and it's not. It's going to be torn down. That's how seminary works. So that's why suicide rates at seminaries are high. It's also why divorce rates are high. And Bible colleges, it's even higher. Okay? Moody Bible College, 50% of their grads deconvert in like the first few years after, and sometimes even before getting their degrees. Yeah, Moody Bible College is a horrible statistic when it comes to deconversions. Absolutely awful. I mean, as a parent, would you send your kid to a school knowing that there's a pretty much a 50-50 chance they're going to deconvert during it? Like, no, you're going to keep them at home. If you knew that statistic as a parent, you would have kept your kid at home. You'd say, yeah, no Bible college for you, son. You're going to that big old nasty university, and you're coming home every night. That's what you would tell your kid if you knew that statistic. It's not a statistic they advertise. You don't find that in the promotional brochures. Yeah, come to Moody Bible Institute. Leave an atheist. You don't get that in their ads. But if parents knew that, they wouldn't be sending their kids to Moody. As I said, they'd be sending their kids at the local university and, basically having them come home every night. Harry Stark cough, Bart Ehrman, yeah. Yep. Moving on here. Harry Stark asks, does a speech impediment automatically disqualify one from being an evangelist? No, it doesn't.
Not at all.
Not in the slightest. It might be more difficult. Okay.
In fact, a lot of people with speech impediment do better because they're not so prone to just talk at people.
Yeah.
They're better at listening and saying only what you said.
Yeah. Yeah. There's many people with speech impediments are very good listeners, and that can actually be an asset in evangelism. So it doesn't disqualify one from being an evangelism, not in the slightest. So, in fact, I had a speech impediment at one point. So, yeah, it's something you can get over. In fact, I still have it. It still shows up from time to time. So, yeah, there's many causes of speech impediments too. So, so it's not a disqualifier at all. Okay, and then we'll take this. This is the last question we got here, and I think this will be the last question of the night. We are at 12:30 already. Woo! Time to wrap it up. Okay, what are the options of occupation after finishing education in a seminary? Great question. Because most seminarians never become pastors. Most of them. What do they become? A lot of them become salesmen. A lot of them become vice presidents of corporations. Incredible number of them become vice presidents of corporations. Why? Because they've learned how to manage a small corporation at a seminary. Essentially, think of a church as a small business. Okay? A lot of them end up basically going into private industry, going to sales, marketing, business strategy and organization. The ranks of corporate titans are full of seminary graduates. Because again, it teaches you how to give a speech. If you want to learn to give a speech, there's very few programs out there that'll help you do that. You got Toastmasters, but if you want to take it formally at school and be critiqued on it, yeah, you got to go to seminary. Salesman makes sense. They're trained to sell in the afterlife insurance. Yeah, in a sense. You are trained how to listen. You are trained to some extent how to manage a small group, a small team of people. I mean, your worship, studying in worship, a lot of it is homiletics, or sorry, not homiletics, hymnody. Okay, the content of hymns. But a lot of that, some of that training is also how to deal with a worship leader. You're taught how to engage in, say, business systems. Systematic theology, business systems, not that far different. So you might be taught foreign languages. So there is actually a lot of crossover between the activities that seminaries do and what you would find, happening in, say, corporate America. And one of the running jokes was, which is better, a MDiv or an MBA? Well, the fact is that the MDiv actually teaches you skills that are more useful for business than an MBA does. MBA will get you connections. That's why people go to the best MBA schools. It's not because they teach better. There's nothing in an MBA program that's actually worth taking. But a MBA at a prestigious college will get you better connections. Okay? They also will so an MDiv will get you some practical skills. Again, speechcraft, working with teams. Even look, I even took financial counseling at seminary. So I learned about finances at seminary. Okay.
Because if you're a practicing pastor,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're handling the church finances. Yeah. So.
And there are pastors.
Yeah, there are pastors who don't know how to balance a checkbook. So, or budget. So yeah, the seminary can teach you a huge number of skills that have, say, crossover, that have transferable skills. When we were at Cross Life Church in Libertyville, Chicago, a lot of the older gentlemen there were MDiv graduates. Yeah, that's their new name, yeah. A lot of those MDiv graduates had been vice presidents. A lot of them. A lot of them were executives for corporations. So anyway, yeah, you have options with a seminary education. A lot of them. Now, the biggest hurdle of the seminary education is the MDiv itself, the name of the degree. If you had slapped MBA on an MDiv, no one would know the difference. Honestly. Absolutely no one could tell the difference if you have an MBA or an MDiv. But the MDiv will scare people into thinking you're religious. And a religious nut. Nobody wants Pastor Jones at the water cooler. Okay? That's your biggest hurdle with an MDiv. Is getting past the bias against religion. Okay, that's the biggest hurdle. Everything else, skill for skill, though, it's practically the same. Or at least very similar. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, this will be the final question of the night, and then we're going to call it here. So, Harry Stark asks, how did David make the speech impediment go away? In my local area, they basically say speech impediment will remain until one dies. I never did. I never meant it to go away. I still have it. I just manage it. If I notice it happening, I stop. I pause. This is why you'll sometimes see me do long pauses. Me managing my speech impediment. Just waiting for it to subside so I can go on. So, I never got rid of it. I notice it frequently when I do recordings. That's why I have to do so much editing. It's not easy. I won't say it's easy. And everyone's speech pathology is different. It might not work the same for you. Might not work the same for you. When I notice it, I have to stop, I have to pause, and then, as I said, when it subsides, I move on. But I can't say it'll ever go away for you. As I said, everyone's speech pathology is different. But in my particular case, I've been able to manage it. Didn't get rid of it. It hasn't gone away. But I have learned to control it and manage it. So, I don't know if you have a speech impediment or what that is. But see, I had to stop now. It was about to happen. Okay. Deduza said, because of my cleft palate, I tend to nasalize when I talk. Yeah, that's a physiological impediment. That's hard. That's really, really difficult. If you've got physiological in my case, it's not physiological. So it's not, I don't have that issue. Okay. So yeah. I think we're going to stop right there. Anyway, we'll be praying for you guys that do have speech impediments and hope that you can find a way around them. All right. So we're going to call it a night here. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We really appreciate you who support us through Patreon, who support us through PayPal, and through the Super Chats. You keep food on our table, and we really, really appreciate that. We also want to thank you guys who have regularly watched our videos and hit that like and subscribe button. We also want to thank those of you who have basically bought our books and written reviews. Reviews really, really matter. So if you have read our novel series, Reliquary of the Dead, please leave a review. And if you've read, say, the next book too, All Stars as Angels, leave a review there also. It could use a few more. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate you spending your Friday with us. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.